2026 gold and silver kit. That'll help you learn more about gold and silver and how you can, retire on your terms. And you want to do your due diligence. They want you to do that. That's what's great about this company. Anyway, I love the folks at Goldco. They're really great to do business with. Give them a call, 855-815-GOLD. On the web, it's HannityGold.com, 855-815-GOLD, or HannityGold.com.
The interviews you won't hear anywhere else. Every day. That's what we do. You're on the Sean Hannity Show.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818.
At last. Other jewelers have one more reason to hate me. Hi, it's me, Steven Singer. Yeah, the I Hate Steven Singer guy from Steven Singer Jewelers. At last, you can get the perfect gift at the perfect price without the hassle. At last, you can get her a real diamond bracelet that wraps all the way around the wrist with beautiful baguette diamonds in an endless infinity design. Go now to IHateStevenSinger.com and see my exclusive At Last diamond bracelet. At last, you can get her one of our best-selling beautiful diamond bracelets made with genuine, high-quality real diamonds for only $348. And now, we've expanded the collection. Our beloved real diamond bracelet At Last now comes in matching earrings and a matching necklace also. Any one of them is a gift that wows, but buy all of them together and knock our socks off. Buy real diamonds from a real jeweler you can trust. Visit me, the real Steven Singer, online at IHateStevenSinger.com with free shipping at the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philly, or at the Village of Newtown, Bucks County. That's IHateStevenSinger.com.
Ready to make 2026 your best trading year ever? But are you stuck not knowing what to trade? Vantage Point's patented artificial intelligence delivers powerful scanning capabilities for both day traders and swing traders. Screen through thousands of stocks in seconds to identify the best ones for you. Vantage Point's AI predicts stock and options trends 3 days in advance with up to 87.4% proven accuracy, giving you the edge you need regardless of your trading style. Join a free live class and discover how AI can transform your trading. Text DEMO to 813-813. That's DEMO to 813-813. Make 2026 your breakthrough year with proven strategies that work for your schedule and your style. Text DEMO to 813-813 now. Trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. By texting, you agree to the terms available at VantagePointSoftware.com and give your express consent to recurring phone and or text message communications from or on behalf of Vantage Point AI LLC, including via automated technology or pre-recorded messages or using artificial intelligence, even if your phone number is on any state, federal, or international do not call lists. Consent is not required for any purchase. Message and data rates may apply. Text DEMO to 813-813. Practice smarter and lower your scores with a home golf simulator. Ace Indoor Golf offers a large selection of launch monitors, screens, mats, and accessories, plus trusted design and installation experts. Buy a DIY simulator or go custom with a full professional setup. Visit aceindoorgolf.com to buy your sim or grab a free 30-minute advisory session. Visit aceindoorgolf.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-294-7532. That's 800-294-7532. 800-294-7532. This is Sirius XM Channel 125.
right, when we come back, Senator Lindsey Graham, he wants to eliminate all sanctuary cities and states, and he has a message for Iran. Later on, all things Simple Man Bill O'Reilly and Senator Mike Lee on the hearings with Secretary.
Some companies discover patriotism when marketing made it convenient. The company was founded on it. From the beginning, BRCC was built by veterans who believe loving this country means more than slogans. Sorry about that. Service, accountability. Get logged in. We're going to do some dashing here. I'm on the north side here. It's the old hydromatic plant. I don't know what it's called now. Propulsion systems. People who represent hard work and the American spirit. Kick off 2026 with American roasted coffee that respects its roots. $2.39 for gas up here. Bold roast built for people who still believe in freedom, and they're not stopping at coffee. New cold brew coffee cans are here in just black and vanilla, smooth, powerful, and ready anytime. Want even more punch? Try Grape X, a great flavored zero sugar energy drink with 200 milligrams of caffeine. Veteran founded, American roasted. Black Rifle Coffee is America's coffee. Find at Walmart, Target, Kroger, your local Black Rifle coffee shop, and at blackriflecoffee.com. If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation. Call 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892. 8892. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Conservative principles live here. We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world, and we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best. This is Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125. Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The Federal Reserve pushing the pause button on interest rate cuts. It's leaving its key rate unchanged at about 3.6%. President Trump is putting a run on those. All right, this one live. Reddit. The president used a social media post 1600 Eastern the table and make a deal on nuclear weapons. Or he warned the next attack will be worse. He said time is running out and noted a U.S. armada of warships was headed to the region. Iran said it would retaliate if the U.S. attacks. The Iranian government said it stands ready for dialogue, but if pushed, it will defend itself and respond like never before. Greg Clugston, Washington. No relief in sight for millions of Americans shivering from the effects of that massive weekend winter storm. Mark Miller is with the National Weather Service.
Many places across the eastern U.S., especially
start heading south, back into the busier area.
To the northeast.
He's got a haircut, so
staying below freezing.
President Trump says his new Trump accounts for newborns will get America's kids off on the right foot.
We'll fund those personal accounts with a seed contribution of $1,000, which will compound and grow over the course of their lives.
And other groups of parents, churches, and others will also be allowed to add more tax-free contributions to those same accounts. Nationwide layoffs piling up.
Amazon Wednesday announcing it's laying off 16,000 corporate employees. UPS expects to cut 30,000 operational jobs this year. Tyson Foods previously said it would close a Nebraska plant employing 3,200. Verizon began laying off more than 13,000 employees in November. And the list goes on to include other job cuts taken recently by companies like Nestle, Intel, and P&G. Many employers pointing to rising operational costs that span from President Trump's new tariffs and inflation. I'm Julie Walker.
More from townhall.com. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-366-6161. That's 800-366-6161. 800-366-6161. The FBI is investigating the Fulton County, Georgia election office near Atlanta.
An agency spokesperson says the search is taking place at the county's main election office in Union City, just south of Atlanta. The search comes as the FBI, under the leadership of Director Kash Patel, has moved quickly to pursue the political grievances of President Donald Trump. That includes by working with the Justice Department to investigate multiple perceived adversaries of the Republican commander-in-chief. Trump has long insisted that the 2020 election was stolen.
Oh, I love corned beef hash. Like it crispy.
Attorney General said they found no evidence of
I don't like it mushy.
that tipped the contest in Democrat Joe Biden's favor.
But I do like it.
Federal judge has refused to block a winter oil and gas exploration project in the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. Opponents had argued it was improperly analyzed. The program includes plans to drill 4 exploration wells. You'll find breaking news and analysis at townhall.com.
At LensSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you.
Throw
with
some
our exclusive
Frank's Red
AI
Hot on there.
connecting you to over 100
Sounds
funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lenseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. He was in great health. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. And super hard, obviously, the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. So even after he passed away, he was still able to provide for my mom. And of course, by extension, my brother and I. This is why I like life insurance for my family, for my wife, and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com. Because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test. Just a few health questions. 10 minutes.
Come on, guys. Green Arrow's not that long.
You get $2 million in coverage for $2 a day. That's a 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking man. We don't like to talk about death in our culture, but everyone's going to die. You're going to die.
Now order a magic lock.
10 minutes, so your family is protected.
It's just high-paying order. I don't know how it's high-paying.
Ethos.com/Slater.
Good start anyway.
Rates may vary, billed monthly. Ethos.com/Slater.
I didn't even know there was a magic lock over here. Oh, is that it? Oh, right there. Shit.
Style. Welcome to the revolution.
I'll be right back. Non-magic lock.
Inspired solutions for America.
All right, thank you, Scott Shannon. Hour 2, Sean Hannity Show. Toll free. Here's our number. It's 800-941-SEAN. If you want to be a part of the program. In a moment, we'll get to Senator Lindsey Graham, All Things Simple Man Bill O'Reilly at the bottom of the hour, and we'll check in with Senator Mike Lee. He was in the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing where Marco Rubio absolutely gave an education and a beatdown to leftist Democrats in the Senate. It was a sight to see. We'll play parts of that coming up. But I return to the issue, and it's almost as if, Tampon Tim Walz and Mayor Smallfry want a confrontation with Donald Trump because in spite of what they initially agreed to, now they are reneging, as I predicted yesterday on this radio program and last night on TV. And that is, after agreeing to de-escalate their divisive anti-ICE rhetoric, Tim Walz complained that the Trump administration is infected with cruelty. And he ramped up his divisive attacks on the Trump administration after the president deployed border czar Tom Homan. Remember Tom Homan, praised by Barack Obama, getting the highest civilian award by Barack Obama, who, by the way, deported 3 million people, and most of them not criminal illegals. Nobody cared a whit because they can't politicize it. And then we have the mayor of Minneapolis announcing last night that he's going to completely rebuff the president's offer to draw down the number of ICE Border Patrol officers in his city in exchange for Fry ordering his police to do what they're legally bound to do, and that's have police force cooperate with immigration officials. The president this morning, writing on Truth Social, that he's playing with fire. Now, I think that the answer lies in Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina's proposal, which is to end all sanctuary and city-state status, because I would argue, by their very nature, they are obstructing justice and aiding and abetting lawbreaking. Senator Graham, good to have you back, sir. Heard you went on a long trip to Israel, and you're in Davos, and you've become a world traveler like Governor Tweety Bird, Trump stalker and podcaster Gavin Newsom, and who doesn't do any work for the people of California. How are you?
Good. I've been following President Trump around, which has been an amazing experience. So I went to Israel to let people know we have your back. I showed up in Davos to say that Trump's the solution, not the problem. All the surrender monkeys in Europe kind of freak out. I'm glad we have a guy in the White House that people I'm glad we have a guy in the White House.
Why'd you stab him in the back after J6 then, Lindsey?
I'm getting very worried. President Trump made a course correction. He sent Tom Homan, an expert, to try to ratchet down the tension. And here's the proposal. You give us people in custody that you have that are in violation of immigration law, that present a danger to our country, then we will ratchet down the pressure. They said no. Sanctuary cities, there are 12 states that have sanctuary cities. What does that mean for you? It means that as long as there's a sanctuary state or city, illegals will keep coming, thinking if they can get to one of these states or cities, they never leave. These states are rampant with fraud around illegal immigrants. Look at what happened in Minnesota. And if you allow a state to ignore federal law that's been on the book for 30 years, you'll have chaos. Stephen Miller's not the problem. Sanctuary city policies are the problem. When the mayor of Minneapolis basically told President Trump, go take a hike, he's made this far worse. So what do we do next? We take legislation that I'm working on with the White House that would end sanctuary city policy forever. It would tell these 12 states, if you keep violating
how about some legislation
law,
of
you're going to be punished.
some of his executive orders?
I'm dying to have that vote on the United States.
How about getting rid of the
Senate floor? 80% of Americans do not like
silent
cities.
filibusters?
It rewards illegal behavior. It breaks down law and
So
order.
you can just pass some of this
And
shit.
it's a cesspool of fraud. I want to vote on the floor of the United States Senate where we, the Republicans, say, end this policy, end the madness, and see what Democrats would do. It's important we have that vote because President Trump told me he wants to end sanctuary city policies forever. It takes a vote on the floor of the Senate. I hope we'll get that vote.
Well,
I mean, the Republicans have the majority in the Senate. What would prevent that legislation, that vote, from happening?
Well, we got some rules, but nothing really, to be honest with you. Don't you think it's now time to call the question? Again, the ICE agents, they're trying to protect us. People make mistakes, but the chaos in Minnesota is a direct result of ignoring the law, having 11 million people come into our country, invading the country during the Biden years. President Trump said, I want to clean this mess up. He's trying to ratchet down tensions. They will not turn over to the federal government people they have in their jails in Minnesota that are criminals in violation of the law, have arrest warrants. This is insane. So the next thing I want to see happen is a vote on the floor of the United States Senate where we decide which party we want to be in charge. Do you want the party that likes sanctuary cities to be in charge? That would be the Democrats. Do you want a party like us who would like to end this madness? It's easy to understand. It would be political malpractice not to have that vote.
All right. So by definition, if you're a sanctuary city or state, isn't that by definition aiding, abetting in law breaking and even rewarding lawbreakers? Look at California, for example. I mean, they have the highest income taxes, sales taxes, gas taxes, corporate taxes. Now they're going to have a referendum on stealing, 5% of the wealth of billionaires out in Silicon Valley, out in California. Those, by the way, 20 of 21 interviewed said they are leaving now because it would be retroactive back to January of this year when that referendum, if it's passed in November, they're getting out. They're leaving. And with them goes billions and billions of dollars and God knows how many hundreds of thousands of jobs with it. That's insane that they would put that on the ballot. But by definition, you're aiding and abetting, and then you're rewarding by offering free health care and education and other services to illegals in your state. Now, in this case, I think it takes it a step further because if Mayor, Small Fry,
I'm real close to the Michigan border here.
If in fact they do resist assisting ICE, at that point, how are they not obstructing?
In fact, I'm turning here. If I continue forward another 200 feet, I'm in Michigan.
So what is a sanctuary city or state?
Hey, Kara.
A local government chooses to ignore existing federal law. The laws
it is. You're right, Kara.
On the books long before Donald Trump came along. Under the law, the federal government, when it comes to national immigration, is supreme. You can't have 50 different immigration policies. The federal government sets national immigration policy. 12 states have said to the federal government, go to hell. We're going to ignore the law. Now, what does that mean for the 38 states? It means we'll never stop illegal immigration because sanctuary cities are magnets. It means you'll continue to have benefits ripped off because it's a mess. It means you'll continue to have law and disorder. So for the country, we need to end the madness. President Trump is trying to ratchet down the pressure. They're trying to increase the pressure. And I will say, again, I would love a vote on the floor of the United States Senate and let the American people decide what they want. And here's what they've decided. 80% of the American people hate the idea of sanctuary city policy, ignoring laws designed to benefit us all and make us safe. These 12 states have ignored laws on the books for 30 years, creating chaos. I want a vote, Sean. I want a vote on whether or not Democrats love sanctuary city policy so much they would be unwilling to change it in the face of all this madness. I think it's the defining issue of 2026.
What is going to happen now? The DHS has identified 1,360 criminal illegal aliens in the criminal justice system currently in Minnesota. Right. They want those people turned over to immigration services. Right. Tom Homan is there advocating for such. If the mayor refuses to cooperate, the governor refuses to cooperate, it seems to me that they're looking for a confrontation and a showdown. You mentioned, you said the word supremacy. We have a constitution. We have a supremacy clause. And it's very simple. Jurisdiction to enforce federal law lies with the federal government, not with local or state governments. As a matter of fact, they have no jurisdiction even going after federal agents that are are responding in the line of duty. They don't even have a case to be made here. So with all of that said, what happens? I mean, do they want to get arrested? Do they want to become martyrs? Do they think that there's a political benefit for them?
Clearly, they think there's a political benefit to them, but I think they're miscalculating. Again, the American people are fair-minded. Nobody wants crooks to stay around. At the end of the day, the people that you just named are in custody at the state level for violating.
It's chilly
laws
outside.
on the books. They're
All right, we're gonna get back more toward my zone. This took me exactly opposite the direction I wanted to go. Oh, I gotta wipe off that backup camera too.
That leads to chaos. So there's a couple things to do. You can go to court.
All right,
But you can also have Congress.
Let me wipe off this camera.
What President Trump asked Congress to do? Pass a law that would end sanctuary city policy forever. Now, what would that law look like? If you defy federal law, then the benefits coming from the federal government will be terminated. So states will have to
big old chunks of salt on there.
To their people over laws for illegal immigration. What have we learned? The Democrats
not bad for the distance,
illegal
but
immigrant over law and order.
You ain't gonna get good tips in areas like this.
Illegal immigrants over cracking down on fraud. This is a very big deal.
I get it. They
This
can't
is a
afford it.
defining
So
moment,
I'm
really,
not sweating it. But
in American history. Are we going to allow 12 states to openly defy laws on the books that protect us all? And if they get away with it, there's no end to this.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say this. You know, this is now becoming the biggest choice midterm election in our lifetime. You want open borders or closed borders? Do you want sanctuary cities and states, or do you want law and order? Do you want defund, dismantle, reimagine the police, no bail laws, or do you want, a police department free to do their job so you can be safe and secure in pursuit of happiness? Do you want lower taxes? Because Democrats just voted for the largest tax increase in history, while Republicans voted for the largest tax cut in history. Do you want lower energy prices or higher energy prices? This is simple, basic, fundamental choices that people have to make.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure.
yeah, basically, if I turn right up here, I'm in Michigan. Left, I'm still in Toledo.
As that fight now continues in the
way north side of Toledo here.
This is really a good question. The Democrats are refusing.
Come on, figure the fuck out where you're gonna go. No signal.
80% of the DHS budget has nothing to do with ICE or Border Patrol. 35% of the DHS budget, Department of Homeland Security, is FEMA, the Coast Guard. These people are nuts. They're refusing to fund the Department of Homeland Security because they hate Trump. They apparently doubling down on love for illegal immigration. This would hurt the Coast Guard. It would hurt FEMA. This is insane. So are we really going to shut the federal government down to preserve sanctuary city policy? Are they that crazy that they would literally defund the Department of Homeland Security at time of great threat? There's one thing you need to add to your list. We now have a commander-in-chief.
Well, this area actually goes up into Michigan. This service area does. So.
The days of Obama and Biden drawing red lines and doing nothing about it are over. To the people of Iran, the president said, keep protesting, help is on the way. I believe him. To the people of the United States, the Ayatollah is a homicidal maniac. He's a religious Nazi. Donald Trump is going to deal with him. They killed 35,000 people. The days of disorder in the world are over. Donald Trump inherited a mess. Secured the border in a year. Amazing story. When it comes to Trump, the best is yet to come.
It looks like help has arrived as the USS Abraham Lincoln has arrived in the waters in the Middle East. Now it's a question in my mind. Now the president and the White House said that the Ayatollahs, the mullahs, the suicidal maniacs, as you call them, and religious Nazis, as you call them, are now hiding apparently in a bunker somewhere. But my expectation is any day now they'll probably end up on a plane and a tarmac filled with gold and silver and billions of dollars and get the hell out of there and probably head to Putin's Russia. What's going to happen next in your view?
I just think that President Trump...
And the wind is blowing pretty hard.
He doesn't draw red lines. Point hands by the world president.
It's 10 degrees out, but with the wind, it's below zero.
believe him. But if for some reason, we pull the plug, the day after that would be a disaster. It'd be worse than anything I ever think of. Donald Trump's not going to let that happen. So the Ayatollah does not mind killing his own people. He's a religious Nazi. It is now time to end the madness in Iran because it affects you. If they ever got a nuclear weapon, they would use it. So the people in the streets dying by the thousands, I think, would be our friends. The Ayatollah will never be our friends. Israel is ready to go. I don't know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, but I know this. When Donald Trump tells you something, you need to listen.
I don't think I could say it any better, Senator Lindsey Graham. Thank you. We appreciate you being with us.
Pray for
All right, we have All Things Simple Man Bill O'Reilly coming up, and then we'll also check in with Mike Lee. Marco Rubio's spectacular showing in the Senate Judiciary today. I want to remind you to take all these pictures and home videos of your loved ones and, the important moments, the day children are born and their first steps and the first day at school and their first Holy Communion, and it goes on and on all the way through graduation and weddings. And where are those videotapes? Where are those photos? Probably in a box in your attic, your closet, the basement, or your garage, degrading. Now you can preserve all these family treasures and share them on a daily basis thanks to the great technology of LegacyBox.com. They will hand digitize over 12 different types of analog media, whether it's VHS, camcorders, Super 8 millimeter film reel, photos, negatives. They got you covered. And this year they've added old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, early generation iPhones. They'll preserve it all, and you'll have the knowledge of knowing your great
stopped in the middle of the road here. What's he doing?
Know what you and your family look like and sounded like, and you can share it on a daily basis, and it's not degrading you.
The door there.
Preserve it in perpetuity. Millions of families have been doing this. I love this company. And right now, you're going to save a whopping 55% off when you go to LegacyBox.com/Hannity.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
LegacyBox.com/Hannity.
He was quick to throw Trump under the bus after January 6th, so he can fuck off as far as I'm concerned. I don't believe a word that Snake says.
I'm John McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie.
I don't believe a word that Snake says.
Online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818.
Green light, guys. Can we go? Thank you.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Messaging neighborhoods may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply.
Come on. Get me through the light.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Man, I wish I had my other boots with me. I'd drop them off at the
plus free shipping
boot place over there.
Patriot to 64,000. Text Patriot to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's Patriot to 64,000.
Ready to make 2026 your best trading year ever? But are you stuck not knowing what to trade? Vantage Point's patented artificial intelligence delivers powerful scanning capabilities for both day traders and swing traders. Screen through thousands of stocks in seconds to identify the best ones for you. Vantage Point's AI predicts stock and options.
There's the 7-Eleven that just had the big fight at it the other day. The left.
Regardless of your trading style. Join a free live class and discover how AI can transform your trading. Text DEMO to 813-813.
It had been closed down for a few months over the summertime. Boarded up.
Breakthrough year with proven strategies that work for your schedule and your style. Text DEMO to 813-813 now. Trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. By texting, you agree to the terms available at VantagePointSoftware.com and give your express consent to recurring phone and/or text message communications from or on behalf of Vantage Point AI LLC, including via automated technology or pre-recorded messages or using even if your phone number is not required for any purchase. Message and data rates.
Yeah. Look up 7-Eleven fight Toledo. Just a few days ago.
It's a place that could surprise you. With fishing websites
websites and trackers. The internet is wonderful, but you must protect yourself online. Protect yourself online with NordVPN.
We're gonna get back over to the west side before we unpause.
A single NordVPN account secures up to 10 devices. What else? This cybersecurity tool also encrypts your browsing. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. NordVPN scans the dark web to check that the information associated.
Why the fuck is this speed thing going off? The school thing is not blinking.
You're safer online.
It's stupid.
Browse with more peace of mind. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com.
You see what Mitty sent me. Once I get on the freeway here.
Engine repair? Would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught up.
Try and get out of the suck before we go live again. Oh, easy killer.
Less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electric transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value free.
Yeah, it's bitter cold outside right now. Bitter.
Life's big questions. Why find the perfect partner? The right career, happiness. You can spend a lifetime looking for the answers. Or just talk to California Psychics. Our psychics are available 24/7. We guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of Saturday. California Psychics.
Actually, I gotta stop and open my laptop up and terminate somebody in our system first before I go live. So I got time. Still got 22 minutes.
This Valentine's Day, go straight to their heart with rich, decorated brownies from Vermont Brownie Company. Hi, I'm Charlotte Steve, founder of Vermont Brownie Company. When I started over 15 years ago, I had one goal in mind to make the best brownies around using the freshest ingredients.
So no, it's on Lasky.
Delicious flavors, including maple coffee crunch, peanut butter, and our award-winning chef brownie. That me, Bobby Flay.
Laskey. Lasky. It was just recent too. I think it was a Facebook reel or something.
Is an independent truck driver, and he was the IRS. A lot of money. It was terrifying. I was going to have to sell my truck. They were going to take everything from us. I could have stepped in and got to work on Pat's case. Listen to Pat.
I don't know of any Woodfield Road around here. We got Woodville Road. It's over on the east side, Woodville.
Joining us is Fox News contributor Matthew from the Wellness Company. Doctor, how should we prepare for colds and flu? Cold and flu season is here, and every year your loved one gets sick. Your doctor can't see you. Waiting your private urgent care will. This is a particularly bad cold and flu season, and that's why doctors suggest every family needs an emergency medical kit. Your medical emergency kit is filled with essential prescriptions that includes antibiotics, such as
Snatch of an ATM, huh? These fucking things are heavy. No, this one was real recent. Let me see if I can find it. 7-Eleven fight. Last 0 2
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Advocates Life. For almost 20 years, Advocates have been purchasing life insurance policies for seniors just like you. And at Advocates Pays Life, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out what your policy just says. There are no fees or obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you with Advocates. Learn more at Advocates Pays.
Oh, the reason it was closed is because one worker there killed another one. That's what's in the news, anyway. Yeah, it was all boarded up after that.
To create a championship green in your own backyard, call the pros at Celebrity Greens 1-888-507-7960 or visit them online at celebritygreens.com. This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Phone number, find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs.
Yeah, it's not popping up.
Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-619-6488.
Yeah, I guess that's why it was boarded up, because one of the workers there killed another one, but they never even prosecuted him for it. Figures. Supposed to be meeting up with a lawyer for our closing either today or tomorrow or Friday. My partner's supposed to be getting in touch with me, so I'm trying to get as many of these orders in as possible beforehand. I don't blame you, Kira. I like Four Seasons, though. Yeah, they back. Usually when they do those, they like smash into them, like back into it or something, and then try and throw it in the back of the truck and go. Or they hit it with the rear end of a big van.
For America, this is the Sean Hannity Show.
At 25 now until the top of the hour. Our toll-free telephone number is 800-941-SEAN. If you want to be a part of the program, listen, we're making major strides with the economy. We have gas prices 4-year low. We have the lowest trade deficit in 20
Already
years.
ate. Got my hair cut in 8 today, so I'm good for a long haul if possible, but we'll see.
You see inflation now at a manageable rate close to the Fed target of 2.0%. Getting closer and closer. We have trillions of dollars online, committed money for manufacturing, semiconductor chips, automobiles, pharmaceuticals, rare earth. It's all online to come online this year. Accelerated by 100% depreciation for manufacturers to build out their facilities in year one. That means it's going to happen much faster. Largest tax cuts in history. And of course, that helps working men and women. No tax on tips and overtime. And helping out the elderly, no tax on Social Security. All good. But there are still people suffering from the Biden-Harris economic hangover. And for a lot of people that are living paycheck to paycheck, or you're putting bare necessities on high-interest credit cards, and if you find yourself in that situation and you are a homeowner and you don't want to give up your current 3-4%.
Yeah, our high today was 11.
Well, American Financing has created a solution for you. It's called the Smart Equity Loan. Right now, they're saving their average customer $800
I get it.
a month. That's like over a $10,000 a year raise.
This guy's not going to let me
Real
over.
money in your pocket to make all the difference between balancing your budget every month or paying high interest credit card debt. Listen, you have nothing to lose if you call our friends.
Oh my goodness.
Financing. 866-615-9200. No pressure, no obligation, a free consultation. 866-615-9200. We just check out.
He's got lots of salt on the back of that trailer.
NMLS 22334, NMLS Consumer Access.org, APR for rates in the 5-star at 6.96% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 866-615-9200 for details about credit costs and terms. Visit
Spokane area.
All right, it's that time of the week. Hit it.
Okay. Spokane. We're heading where the orders take us. I got to make a stop and log into my laptop to do a quick remote IT job. Terminate somebody from our system. So, and I'm doing some dashing. So I'm gonna go catch one of these parking lots over here. Log into my laptop. It's only gonna take a minute. Before we're live again.
This radio program, that's all things self-proclaimed simple man. That means all things Bill O'Reilly, all things Bill O'Reilly at BillO'Reilly.com. All right, Mr. O'Reilly.
How are we doing today, Leon?
My phone blew up. Thanks a lot. Because you
welcome to the chat.
Message. I'm going to be off the air. I'm dealing with an illness.
I'm in a position here where I don't want to alarm anyone. I'm going to continue to do what I do as long as I can do it. I'm like you. We're guys, tough Irish guys from Long Island. We get setbacks, we come back with it. The one thing that was funny about this whole thing was that my son, calls me and, a very close relationship with him. And Spencer. And he goes, Dad, can you please get well? And I just said, oh, what a touching moment. His son wants father to get well. And then he goes, I can't take all the emails.
By the way, it was not much different for me. All right, let's move on because we've got a lot of ground to cover here. So President Trump does everything possible. He reaches out to Mr. I call ICE agents Gestapo and Nazis. This idiot tampon Tim Walz, and I call him Mayor Small Fry, French Fry, Mayor Fry, and he has conversations with him. Tom Homan meets with him, and they had agreed that they're going to cooperate with ICE, which, as a sanctuary state, sanctuary cities, they weren't doing. Now they're reneging, and I predicted this on TV last night.
Man, look at these mounds, these snow mounds.
And Mayor Small Fry is out there now saying,
it's like they plowed one of the carts right into the snow.
He's not going to cooperate. And he said
they did one over here too.
Will not enforce federal immigration law. That's not what President Trump is asking. We have a supremacy clause to our Constitution. Federal laws are enforced by federal agents. Period. End of sentence. That's constitutional. Now he's saying he won't abide by what he promised to do. Minnesota Police Chief Union is blaming Tampon Tim and Mayor Small Fry for the violence in Minneapolis.
Oh, okay. Here, let me get you a premium sub then.
Minneapolis Mayor.
Hang on a second.
Fry says again he won't cooperate with ICE. Now we've got a problem, Bill, because
there you go.
The president, and we have to enforce our nation's
find a spot to park here.
The feds have identified 1,360 criminal aliens that are currently in custody in Minneapolis or in Minnesota somewhere. And now they're saying they're not going to.
Thank you for the regular sub. I got you a premium sub as well. You do not have to pay anything for that. So if it makes it look like you do, that is incorrect.
Do it in a way that nobody else gets hurt. There's no more confrontation.
All right, let me grab my laptop real quick. I can reach back and grab it.
Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets. They're in unmarked vans, wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons. This is what happens when your own federal government wages war against you. This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide.
Yep, no more ads.
White supremacy. And I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the f*** out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Okay. So you got to let me have my say here. I got about 5 minutes for you. You ready to go?
Oh.
Mayor Fry is a punk, and he's not a man who cares about the 2 dead people or his city or protecting Minnesotans from criminals who crossed into the United States under the Biden administration. He doesn't care about any of that. He plays to his far-left mob. He's untrustworthy. But the federal government can neutralize him quickly. So right now, FBI is in Minnesota. They're looking at Walls and Fry for criminal charges. Both have been issued subpoenas. I know you know that. Both Fry and Walls have been subpoenaed now. That's the first step toward indictment. Now, Donald Trump as president has an obligation to calm things down. And he did it yesterday. He calmed things down, where Kristi Noem did not. And now I'm sure
we got to check something else first.
All the Justice Department is on notice that you are not to whip this up and do what Fry.
No, we don't mind at all.
And to a lesser extent, Walls.
You've become a regular here, so.
I was going to go in and go investigate not only the insurrection that Walls and Fry are generating, but the actions of ICE, too, because ICE can't investigate ICE. Border Patrol
all right,
can't
cool, that's done.
Border Patrol. And this is what has to happen. An elite unit of FBI agents have to go into
this guy's name.
and compile all the evidence and then present it to the American public so they can see what's really going on here. It's underway. But one big story that I broke this week is worthy of your attention.
I gotta look this up.
You're the most powerful conservative broadcaster in the country. There's a guy named Neville Roy Singham. Do you know him?
I'm reading all about him.
Dustin
I broke the story on Monday. And he lives in Shanghai, China. He's a tech billionaire. He works with the Beijing government. He's funneling probably hundreds of millions of dollars into the United States through these 501Cs. Breakthrough News is his main operation. And they, in turn, distribute that money to places in Minnesota to hire and foster and organize rebellion. This is all being directed out of Beijing through this man. He's an American citizen, born in Connecticut, 71 years old. He's married to the head or the founder of Code Pink. This is an enormous story.
Is that like a communist thing?
And the left media will not cover this, will not mention this, but it's well underway. Now, tonight on the No Spin News, I've got Patricia McLaughlin, the spokesperson for the Border Patrol, and House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith, who you know very well, from Missouri. And Smith's committee is investigating Singham. So there are two stories here. There's a rebellion story on the part of Fry and Wells, and then there's an international story trying to disrupt the entire federal government through the immigration mess.
Is one other component to this, and that is this entire signal chat of radicals, and that's disparate groups with radical communist socialist leanings that have been organized the entire time to follow, harass ICE wherever they go, and disrupt them in their line of duty. And that is an untold story. Now, if the mayor and the are arrested, Bill, I shudder to think what the outcome of that is going to be.
Well, that's an excellent observation you're making.
All right, everything's done there. Got a message. I'm telling them that this person's removed, and then we're going to go live.
Obviously, they're in the United States. So it's got to be a step by step. It can't be in the middle of the night. It can't be, everything has got to be put out there. And Cash Patel at FBI and Pam Bondi, Attorney General, got to sit side by side and take every blanking question there is about it.
An echo?
And you know what's going to happen. What we see in Minnesota.
Of course, there's an update as I'm trying to turn it off. Always, gotta love Windows, man.
Around the country, and it's going to be the summer of love all over again, the summer of 2020. And we had dozens of dead Americans, thousands of injured cops, and billions in property damage. That is the prediction.
That can be headed off. The way it's headed off is disclosing solid information. If most Americans understand that all of this situation in Minneapolis is contrived, it's not organic, it's
We're back.
$40,000 timeshare in Nashville. She was told it was a great investment and that he would personally book all her vacations. All lies. She called her sales rep, Chris, the next morning.
Don't know why that disconnected. I ain't moving. I'm actually in a good spot. for signal.
Another lie. She has 10 days in Tennessee. I am in a war with the timeshare industry because people and they don't want me to help you. If you need a
Let's go live again. Back at it.
people that call my office weekly would love to give you one of theirs. Or go online and pay $1 for it. But stop paying $40,000 for lies. It's time to stop the insanity. Don't wait another day.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-316-5454. That's 800-316-5454.
Back like a bad habit.
800-316-5454.
Yeah. The phone's actually getting hot. I think it has something to do with it.
They thank me for the perfect courses, the hotels, the smooth planning, and I let them believe it. The secret is, I don't plan any of it. Golf Breaks does.
Oh, it disconnected me. Okay.
Rooms, the whole package. I find the best options and prices, and I just say yes and look like a hero. I should feel guilty, but I'm not stopping. Just don't tell my buddies. If you want a great golf trip without the work, go to golfbreaks.com and use code RADIO for up to $200 off your first golf trip.
Hey, I'm Mike Snyder. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously. Family plan.
All right. We're going to start heading to another hot spot. We'll go from there.
The best place to get life insurance. Because you can do it. There's no medical exams or price. And health pressure. Get life insurance. 10 minutes. Family protected. ETHOS.
Yeah, but I don't think that really affected it. Okay, I guess I'll just sit here. Oh, got another order already. Raising Cane's.
Go to kingmakerbook.com. Kingmakerbook.com. That's KINGMAKER book.com.
Right over here.
This special report is banned from the general public. Newsman, you like Newsmax? I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific. President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest growing news channel in America.
All right, I'll be right back.
And join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and on the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today. This is SiriusXM Patriot, Channel 125. Health, wellness, fitness, nutrition, longevity, right? We all want the same thing. You want to live healthier, starting out a new year. You're going to love my friend Peter Harris, his family. Now, if you grew up, for example, you look at your favorite cereals. Go down the cereal aisle at your local grocery store, and you are going to see, when you read the ingredients, the highest levels of sugar that you can't even imagine how bad this is for you. And then pick up a box of Grainberry bran flakes or Grainberry raisin bran, and you'll see a huge difference. Because Grainberry is much lower in sugar. It's made with natural plant-based fiber, antioxidants, along with their own whole grain onyx sorghum to help slow sugar absorption. You can also try their great flavors: Grainberry honey nut, apple cinnamon, Grainberry cinnamon frosted. And they're all incredible. They all taste great, and they're all much healthier. Don't forget our friends, Peter Harris, his family, the people that make Grainberry cereal, also make, what is it called, Linda?
Silver Palate Pasta Sauce.
Okay, it's not sauce. Silver Power Pasta Sauce. Check it out. It may be in your health food aisle, but look for it with Silver Power Pasta Sauce, no sugar added. These are both the official foods of the Sean Hannity Show. Quick break, right back. We'll continue on the other side.
In sports and in life, some things never go out of style. Heart, hustle, and patriotism. Black Rifle Coffee Company didn't find patriotism in 2026. They were founded on it. Built by veterans, BRCC has always stood for discipline, effort, and backing the people who put in the work. As America celebrates its 250th birthday, Black Rifle Coffee is fueling students, athletes, and fans who know that nothing worth winning comes easy. That mindset carries beyond the field. BRCC continues to support veterans, first responders, and American communities. Fuel up for early workouts, tailgates, or on your commute with Wake and the Neighbors. Power through the day with Cactus Wash, or keep tradition alive with the Spirit of 76 Roast. And BRCC is kicking off 2026 strong. Try the new cold brew coffee cans in just black and vanilla, cold, smooth, and loaded with caffeine. Or grab Grape X, their new zero sugar grape energy drink with 200 milligrams of caffeine. Veteran founded, American roasted. Black Rifle Coffee is America's coffee. Pick it up at Walmart, Target, Kroger, your local Black Rifle coffee shop, or at blackriflecoffee.com. This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-619-6488 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-619-6488. That's 800-619-6488. What do you have to lose? Call 800-619-6488. Again, 800-619-6488. Conservative principles live here.
The General Administration is taking swift action to lower costs for American consumers, protect American auto jobs, and make buying a car much more affordable for countless American families and also safer.
This is Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Keith Peters in Washington. President Trump is touting the creation of a new savings tool for America's children. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
The Trump account will be established for babies born during the years of the Trump administration, and money will be invested in the stock market.
We'll fund those personal accounts with a seed contribution of $1,000, which will compound and grow over the course of their lives and could grow into very, very substantial numbers.
The child can't access the money until they turn 18 and can only use it for specific purposes, such as paying tuition, starting a business, or making a down payment on a home. Greg Clugston, Washington.
The Federal Reserve pushed the pause button on its interest rate cuts Wednesday, leaving its key rate unchanged at about 3.6% after lowering it 3 times last year. With the economy growing at a healthy pace and no sign of deterioration in hiring, Fed officials likely see little reason to rush any further rate cuts. Correspondent Jonathan Matisse reports this is the worst ice storm he's experienced in his roughly 10 years living in Nashville.
I was inside my house during this, and we lost power pretty early in the morning. While it was dark out still and I had my flashlight, I heard what sounded like cannons going off, and this was trees that were collapsing or cracking and breaking and falling.
Freezing temperatures hovered as far south as Tennessee, Arkansas, and North Carolina, and were forecast to plunge again overnight. Parts of northern Florida were expected to sink to 25 degrees. On Wall Street, a mixed day as the Dow was up by 12 points. The NASDAQ rose 40, with the S&P 500 down a fraction. More at townhall.com.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax is terrific. President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax.
getting our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs.
All right. Picked up the second order while I was in there.
As they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today. Starbucks reports stronger than expected sales in its fiscal first quarter. Its holiday drinks and a viral bear cup helped drive sales. The Seattle-based coffee giant says global same-store sales rose 4% October through December, higher than the 2.3% Wall Street had been expecting. The U.S. enjoyed its best performance in 2 years. Starbucks chairman and CEO says the results show that Starbucks' turnaround strategy is working. The company has been adding labor and equipment to stores to help speed service and has been revamping stores, making them cozier and more welcoming. Rich Ellison reporting. UPS is planning to cut up to 30,000 operations.
Why the fuck won't this connect? All right, I'll just do it this way.
With its turnaround efforts and reducing the number of Amazon shipments that it handles.
All right.
News and analysis at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Keith Peters.
2026 has arrived, America's 250th anniversary, and physical gold remains the ultimate store of value in an unsteady world. Gold has outperformed the S&P 500 over the past 20 years. Central banks are stockpiling it. Why? Because possession is the priority. This week only, Global Coin is offering a museum-quality 1-ounce 2026 MS-70 Gold Eagle at the best price in the country. Today's spot price of gold. No dealer markup. Perfect grade, government issue. The first 50 buyers receive our hardcover, critically acclaimed book, Modern Numismatic Masterpieces, absolutely free. This opportunity is brief. Supply is finite. Once this allocation is gone, it's gone. Call right now, 833-MINT-MARK. That's 833-MINT-MARK. No premium, just absolute scarcity, absolute quality, and absolute ownership. Anchor your wealth with the asset that lasts. Call 833-MINT-MARK.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow. Invoices were late. And payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at linseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours. Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing,
No, I'm fine.
LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com. Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song. We'll all be flying higher than a jetliner. And if you want a little thing in the union, come along.
What changes would be enough or a start for you to support funding the agency?
No, gone. Homan, gone. Miller, gone.
Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again. We have got.
It's an interesting thing. It's very hard to describe what it means to be Somali and what it means to be American, but it's like a cultural fusion. It's kind of like the bananas and rice. You know, people don't really see people don't think, oh, you can eat bananas with rice, but that's what it's like to be Somali and American. It's like that combination of
Bananas and rice.
But you're gonna get what I mean.
We don't. We don't at all. Other than that, they shouldn't be together. How about that? So she got arrested now, and why is the question. And here you see some photographs from the roundup today. This person still worried about COVID or something. We've got this guy over there with a broken arm. That's great. So he's out there fighting for the illegals. Another dude over here. We see this person right here. She got picked up. This young man over here. This fella over here. And we just keep going. Wow, that's a nice, interesting outfit. Matches the hairdo. Here's another one. And this woman, this young gal, looking like she's having a difficult reaction to this. And then, of course, we've got this woman who is reflecting upon her decision. And there's no real giant wad of bandages on her forehead anymore because that was fake. And here, in my opinion, here you can see another guy. Let's go through it. Looks like that's it. So Pam Bondi going up and rounding them up. Now, who is this woman and what ultimately happened? So remember, the reason they paraded her in front of us to explain to all of us about how cultural enriched we are because of banana and rice. She was the victim. She got attacked by the ICE agents, and so she had to come tell her story to America. And we learned that's not actually true at all. So here's how the whole hoax went down. This guy came over here, Frederick Mello, a reporter for some place no one's ever heard of, says Nazra Ahmed, right? This was posted back on January 18th. Remember this? And she said she was just walking through the parking lot of her aunt's St. Paul apartment complex when she found herself surrounded by dozens of ICE agents. Ahmed, born in the USA, says she showed them her ID. She was then forcefully detained and jailed for more than 2 days. And she didn't do anything wrong. She was just an innocent person who just got kidnapped, snatched off the streets by these federal agents, right? So here's the video, and you can see what a stupid sob story this is. I don't know where she got these scrapes from, but here you can see.
Hello, hi.
Walk us through it. No, we won't listen to the whole thing because it's just a big fake sob story because we've got the surveillance footage now from the parking lot. But here is a little bit of what she's doing.
And I encountered ICE. I was detained, or
Why?
let me rephrase it as I was kidnapped by ICE.
Oh, yeah.
I was kidnapped from ICE from my home.
From your home. And you did nothing wrong?
They came here, right there where I'm pointing at, and they came here. Were following 2 men, and while they were following 2 men, they came and stopped at this exact area near the office.
We got the surveillance
So when they
footage.
stopped by the office, I was walking towards that area, and I
it was fucking
got caught in the middle of what was going on. And so as that went on,
apple cider vinegar.
And they went up to me and approached me and asked, "Hi, hello." They greeted me, and I proceeded to do the following. I gave them my ID.
He squirted apple cider vinegar on her.
I did whatever I was supposed to do by their orders.
And I'm sorry.
So,
if she didn't already know what it was, why the fuck was she so willing to just wipe it off and continue on?
Decided to racially indict me.
Racially indict her.
What does that? What does that mean?
One of the, I think an ICE agent called me a racial slur. He used racial language, profound racial language source.
You guys profound. More creative than that. I know everyone's calling you the N-word or whatever. We got it. Yeah, it's so horrifying. All right, so here is the truth of what ultimately happened. So here's the video from Doreen L. Linder. Sorry. Here is a video of Nazra Ahmed getting brutalized, as she said, by the ICE agents. First, she did not mention how she spits at them, hawking loogies right in their faces, probably hitting them with speckles of rice and banana right in their faces. Then she claimed she was thrown down by the agents. That's not in the video either. She also said that she was put in leg irons. And not in the video, as is clear, when she was walking. And finally, we didn't finish the video, but Ahmed said that she was taken from her home. We saw that part. And then she said she was taken from in front of a pharmacy. So she's just a liar.
All right. Be right back. I got to make this delivery. All right, one more here. Let's set it up for a pause afterwards too.
So here you can see, right, what's going on. Let's zoom in on this puppy. And somebody's recording this. Look at that guy. That is a loogie to the face. That is a direct assault, man. That's probably like multiple bananas in there. You can see it's like a physical force. Look at his head just lob backwards right there. And she's, I think, right here in the whatever she's wearing, the burqa or whatever you call that.
Hijab.
That's a full momentum loogie. Full momentum. Wow.
I think that's just like a meal that they eat.
And then she's like a foot in front, and that guy, it's almost like a sniper right to the face. Look at that thing.
It's like a common staple, I guess, with them.
And then other people are also looking at this. So that guy takes a step.
We say peas and carrots, they say bananas and rice.
And
yeah.
Probably after they decided to pursue charges. And now she's been charged. So now they're rearresting her and proceeding here. So as we see, then she moves forward. Like that's her face right there. And I think she spits on another guy. Watch this right here. Let's see. Okay, let's play this in real time and watch it.
I'm 23 years old from St. Paul, and I encountered ICE. I was detained.
Brutally detained.
Rephrase it as I was kidnapped by ICE.
Brutally kidnapped.
Kidnapped by ICE from my home. They came here, right there where I'm pointing at, and they came here. Were following.
Yeah, peas and carrots are good.
And while they were following two men, they came and stopped at this exact area.
Wow, brutalized. Wow, absolutely brutalized. So again, we don't know exactly like how this situation came about, but she doesn't certainly seem very friendly.
That sounds more like an India thing, but
they just came to her home and ripped her out of there and then brutalized her. She's out there.
I believe you.
The entire way.
Come on, green light, let's go.
Another super slow-mo from AK Kamara. Said, why did this reporter leave that part out of the story? How come she didn't talk about that? Is it possible that they held her on assaulting a federal officer? Yes, she just got charged for it today. So that's why she was detained. Wasn't kidnapped off the streets. Wasn't racially indicted.
Racially
is a disgusting
indicted.
person that is spitting in the faces, apparently with high velocity, high caliber grained loogies.
Banana rice loogies.
Just like the rest of them, was out there obstructing, screaming at ICE agents, and then turns around and plays the victim once they get caught. So, as we see, she now has been arrested, and we're going to keep our eye for the charges as soon as they're filed. We'll go through them more specifically. But she's not alone. Matron Charlie Bois has also been arrested, along with the rest of them, and so Pam Bondi is out there on scene. Now, simultaneous with this, we also had a very strange kind of attack yesterday against Ilhan Omar. And this guy has also been charged. And we're now learning
apple cider vinegar.
The syringe was filled with apple cider, which is a very weird thing. And he's been charged, I believe, with assault, a low-level assault at this moment. In Minnesota, we haven't seen the feds charge him yet. But if you missed it, this happened last night. Ilhan was out there on scene. And Nancy Mace was sharing about this, and it was a weird ordeal because this guy just lunged up. He was out the front seat, right? Like front and center, about as close as you could get to her, and then attacks.
Genome must resign or face impeachment.
I mean, she went after him too. Like she knew it was coming. I don't know. It just didn't look like a natural reaction to someone squirting a syringe full of shit at you. Yeah.
All right. So there.
All right. Paused again. Let me do this last delivery. Then I'm on pause again so I get my connection to the car right. Here we go. Man, it's chilly. Let's see how long we can go. All right, let's try and get this connected now.
That's a loan. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust. Call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892.
Yeah, it looks staged. I don't know. I can't say for sure, but it looks very suspicious. I will say that. It almost looks like she nods at him right before he does it to trigger him. And then as fast as he got charged. So that's, I don't know.
Hi, I'm Shauna Litsky, founder of Vermont Brownie Company. When I started over 15 years ago, I had one goal in mind, to bake the best brownies around using the freshest ingredients.
That makes me wonder just how staged it was, because the dude did get charged.
And our award-winning chef brownie, that beat Bobby Flay. All of our brownies are baked in Vermont using local farm fresh ingredients and individually wrapped for freshness and sharing with your family.
I reboot my phone and then we'll continue on with Govea.
Valentine's Day packaging. Order today for Valentine's Day because we have sold out. Ordering is easy. Just visit us at vermontbrownie.com. This Valentine's Day, give your sweetheart, best friend, kids, parents, grandparents, everyone you care about what they really love.
Yeah, me too, dude.
Vermont Brownie Company.
If you missed open enrollment or enrolled into an ACA Marketplace plan, it's not too late. You can get into a private health insurance
Me
plan
too.
now with Health Revolution and save 30 to 60% on your monthly premiums. No copays, reasonable deductibles, and use any doctor. Call Health Revolution today at 800-868-6187, 800-868-6187, or go to healthrevolution.net. That's healthrevolution.net, and we can custom design a plan managed by you, not the government.
Creek Carrier is growing to fit the needs of our great customers. We're looking for safe drivers with 1 year experience to help us move the best freight in the lower 48. And you can be part of our success with bonuses, profit sharing, and 401k. Sound too good to be true? It isn't. Ask a Creek driver yourself.
If you can't make a six-figure income, it's fun on you.
Go to creekcarrier.com and make 2026 your best professional year ever.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific. President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows.
All right,
with
there we
Rob
go.
Schmidt, Carl Higbee, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp. And they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values
away we
that
go.
made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start.
Mo.
Let President Trump know you
How's that
stand
mean?
with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Land buyers and aviation lovers, this is the final countdown. Go to pecanlandinfo.com or call 855-LAND-100. We're down to the final 30 taxiway lots in one of the most unique fly-in communities in the country, just outside DFW. Taxiway home sites start in the low 200,000s with concrete roads, full utilities, and direct runway access so you can build your hangar home and taxi straight to takeoff. This isn't just an airport. It's a fully gated, resort-style community with golf courses, a marina, lake and river access, restaurants, groceries, medical services, equestrian facilities, and a true golf cart lifestyle. Also available, the final 3 to 7 acre ranch lots. And coming soon, private airplane hangars. Fly in or drive in. Just don't wait.
Visit pecanlandinfo.com or 855-LAND-100. That's 855-LAND-100. Patriot Channel 125 and on the Sirius XM app.
Let's go. All right, let me get the show going again.
All right, we continue. Secretary of State Marco Rubio before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee today. Mike Lee sits on that committee. He is with us now from Utah. What did you think of the exchange between Senator Rubio?
Other news and some other updates. And this video just broke. And this is very curious. New footage of Alex Preddy allegedly identified the week before he was shot and killed, kicking the taillight off of the back of an ICE vehicle. And this is a video that was released over here from Steve Guest. He writes, must watch. Footage of a man who looks like Alex Preddy with a gun in his waistband, spitting on and attacking federal law enforcement officers and kicking the taillight of their vehicle on January 13th. Bombshell report from the BBC. Important context. Preddy was not a peaceful protester. And here's the video. You can see that is what looks to be like Alex Preddy once again. And yesterday on the show and the day before that, we were dismantling the innocent nurse hoax. Just walking by. Listen to Rand Paul today. He was completely innocent.
I don't think I'll make it to Swanton, but you never know. I'm going to be in
the street.
the area between them. I'm heading closer to where Wingstop is and stuff over there.
What the so-called peaceful nurse was doing on the 13th.
All right, we're live again.
Interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36th and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to
Ooh, Core Life, good order.
They started driving away.
Nice paying order too. Sweet.
An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground.
Yep, just got a good order already.
During the altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. They continued to hold the man down before they retreat, and he walks away.
Should have arrested him right there for criminal damage.
The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed.
Yep.
What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
Wow, there it is.
Here, he continues to stand at the scene. On the day he was killed, the Department of Homeland Security claims Preddy, a 37-year-old ICU nurse, approached officers holding a handgun. That claim has been contradicted by analysis of bystander videos from multiple news investigations, which concluded that Preddy was holding a phone, not a gun, when he was pinned to the street.
Yeah, he's still committing assault while armed. So that's felonious assault right there.
We'll let it play out. Then we got his photo here. We'll compare and contrast.
Shortly after the altercation we filmed here on January 13th, federal agents drove away.
It's a war zone. It is a war zone. But they're fighting and battling like they're in war. They're just one step below actual killing until, of course, this next event. So, pretty shocking video here, and they lied through their teeth to us that this dude was
right back.
just an innocent nurse. And if you just look at that photo from the January 13th incident, and you compare it and contrast it with, let's say, this photo, which if I can get on the screen right there, oh, yeah, that's pretty curious. That's the day he was shot and killed.
Man, I got an ingrown toenail. It's driving me nuts. Ugh. All right. Well, I got another order here too. We'll reconnect it in just a second. It's the only thing about watching podcasts. As soon as I step away, it pauses it for you guys. As long as it doesn't do a hard disconnect, I can resume it. It didn't that time, so.
An insurgent. He was destroying vehicles and destroying government property. And this is going to cause the media flip this into a victim now, flip him into a victim, even though he's an aggressor and an attacker. Now that's going to cause the administration to lighten up a little bit. And we're going to go relax a little bit. No. Okay. This guy was acting as an enemy combatant, as an insurgent on behalf of the illegal aliens. I don't want him dead. Sorry that he died. I wish he wouldn't have been doing this stuff. But we also have to enforce the law. Just because somebody kicks your tire in or kicks your taillight out doesn't mean, oh, I guess that's it. Got a couple of angry American citizens who are pitching a fit. So now we have to stop and exit and just, I guess, go home. Good job, boys. Pack it up. We're done here. Alex Preddy, a nurse, is mad at us. And the media is just filled with liars. You can see how disgusting it is. We're finally getting the truth out, but not before Jake Tapper and the rest of them are talking about everyone else is Nazis murdering American citizens. This guy's an enemy combatant. Was kicking in federal property. Should have been in jail for that. Should have been picked up. Local cops should have gotten him in custody that moment. They should have said, you can't kick in federal vehicles. That's criminal.
All right, we got 2 deliveries now. No Wingstop. We had Core Life, and which is right next to Wingstop, and then we had Chipotle. Let's see who's first here. Front door, please. The Chipotle order. Okay. There, and then let's get the podcast going.
Enabling this stuff to happen. You helped contribute to his death. So it's obviously him. It's corroborated by the fact that we also saw he broke his rib, allegedly.
Yeah, I see you, big truck.
With him the following day. And that changes the equation a little bit, right? Part of our analysis was, wait a minute, did he then get strapped in the aftermath, right? He had the original ordeal and then got strapped because he wanted to use it, because he didn't want to lose again. So he's had multiple opportunities to do something intelligent and not engage when you're strapped with a firearm. And we were talking about this. Let me grab this real quick because I think this is instructive. But we were talking about this morning on the members only stream, this great Venn diagram that is out there. And it shows you essentially how you can think about these altercations. This came over from Inez Stetman, and it's a good one. It shows exactly why this is so problematic.
Chipotle?
Of course, carrying a firearm is lawful. We love the Second Amendment, baby. God bless America. No problems. Protesting, no problem. We love the First Amendment. Freedom of association, freedom of speech, petition your government for a redress of grievances.
Great. It's over here, actually.
If you're going to carry a firearm and you're going to be protesting, it could be risky because there could be problems there, right? Somebody else might see your gun and just freak out and shoot you. Nothing even happens. Like, he's got a gun and shoot you, okay? So that's a risk. Nothing even you could do about that. You could, of course, have to shoot somebody. So it's risky. And then even if you're in lawful action, right, you shoot somebody legitimately, doesn't matter. You're Kyle Rittenhouse. You're Derek Chauvin. They just make up a case and you go to jail for the rest of your life. Doesn't matter. Or you're the guy in the subway. It doesn't matter, right? They just make, so it's risky. So it's a high responsibility to carry a gun and go to these things because you might actually have to use it. So it's a very important thing to think about. Big responsibility. Now, if you're protesting and you're impeding law enforcement, that is not legal anymore. Now that's called obstruction. It's illegal. And if you're going to then protest and obstruct and carry a firearm, now you're getting into very dangerous death territory, okay? Because the federal government or the cops are not going to be impeded. And now they're going to meet your force.
Looks like a water main break there.
They have more of it. And they have
there's that silo.
So that's why it becomes very dangerous and results in death. Not a good idea to do it. Carrying a firearm comes with great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Spider-Man. Rings eternal. And so you can't break the law and commit a felony while you're carrying a firearm and then suddenly say, how dare you shoot me? It's not even a really complicated thing. And so we appreciate this Venn diagram courtesy of Inez Stetman. We're going to repost this at the top of our timeline so that you can share that around with many people on the left who don't understand exactly what is going on. So very clearly looks like that's him. It's already been corroborated that he was on broken rib medication. Sounds like he probably broke his rib right there. Should have been arrested for assault on federal agents and criminal damage and all the things, but he wasn't because there's not enough resources there. Should have been picked up for violating federal law, and he wasn't. So the next time he did it, things got escalated. They saw his gun, an accident happened, now he's dead. But to just pretend like he's being shot and murdered because agents are coming in, kidnapping people off the streets, and just there's a totalitarian dictatorship emerging is ridiculous. This guy brought himself to the problem multiple times over and was breaking the law in the process. So spare us this, the peaceful protester. He wasn't doing anything bad, and the feds just have to sit there and take it. That's not our country. We have to enforce the law. Yeah, governance is hard. Yeah, we've got 10 to 20 million illegal aliens in here. It's going to get messy. Do you have the fortitude or not? And if you don't, stop telling everybody that you have the fortitude. Stop sitting around saying, Trump is our president. He's going to be a good president, blah, blah, blah. And we elected him for this purpose. And then as soon as it gets a little bit hard, abandon ship. Well, I don't like what I'm seeing. It's an insurgency that we have to combat in order to effectuate the law. It's really not that complicated. And the House Republicans in the Freedom Caucus get it. Unfortunately, a lot of other Republicans do not. They posted this yesterday. They said, all right, enough already. The Freedom Caucus stands with President Trump and ICE and CBP. We support POTUS doing whatever is necessary to keep American streets safe from the R'ers, the M'ers, and the PDF files that are here illegally. all endorsed by
PDF
the
files.
Democratic Party. If Democrat-run sanctuary cities continue enabling communist agitators assaulting ICE and federal law enforcement, then it is time to invoke the Insurrection Act to maintain law and order. It's been used 30-plus times, from George Washington to George H.W. Bush, to deal with crises like this, just like the 92 riots. And part of the reason why we're not at this stage is because we're losing the information war. It's because a huge portion of the American population has been brainwashed by the media and the Democratic Party to think that kidnapping is real, or like
that's what he's saying.
The process is being violated. And the Republican Party has largely ceded that, absent the administration, excluding them. So it's the alternative now. It's that American citizens are being murdered. So how can you then invoke the Insurrection Act to stop, the unlawful application of power from the federal government? The words matter, and they're beating our side on this right now. Now, the Freedom Caucus is standing up. Other Republicans in Congress should do the same. We are not going to let Chuck Schumer defund Homeland Security to protect criminal illegal aliens. They need to hear from us. One way or another, we will make sure that ICE, Border Patrol, FEMA, TSA, Coast Guard, Secret Service, etc. get the funding they need, because there's a whole government shutdown happening. The Democrats right now are trying to strip out Homeland funding that was a part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, and they're using Alex Preddy, their martyr, who they sent out there to die so they could exploit his death, in order to do it. The House has passed an appropriations package, and they sent this letter over to President Trump. And Trump needs to hear from us. I know Melania is upset that there's problems out there, but this is the time for action. There can be time for reconciliation later. Here the House Freedom Caucus says, Mr. President, we stand behind you and the men and women of ICE and CBP in carrying out their duty to protect the American people, defend the rule of law, and remove dangerous illegal aliens from our communities. We thank them for arresting and removing hundreds of thousands of criminal illegal aliens over the past year, efforts that have also caused hundreds of thousands of more to self-deport. Especially important given that there are, listen to this number, 1.5 million aliens under orders of removal from judges. It's like 3 Wyomings already have orders of removal. Despite this success, there is much more to do to keep Americans safe. But a lawless, organized group of Marxists, who we've been seeing here in their signal leaks all week, is actively coordinating to undermine the efforts of law enforcement and to make it impracticable to enforce the laws of the United States by gumming up the system according to their own manual, which is like a passive form of obstruction to keep it underneath the kinetic level. As you rightfully observed, Democrat-run sanctuary cities and states are refusing to cooperate with ICE, and they are actually encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct their operations and to arrest the worst of the worst people. All Americans have the right to protest, including their right to speech and to bear arms consistent with our laws. But there is no right to thwart federal, state, or local enforcement and the state of order among our citizens. The coordinated efforts to stop law enforcement by politicians in Minnesota, we saw several of them, in the chats that were helping to dispatch assets and insurgents to various locations across the state. This effort to stop law enforcement has caused chaos, led to the tragic deaths of 2 Americans in Minnesota. It must end. And so, the House Freedom Caucus says, to that end, Mr. President, please hear us. Maintain necessary law enforcement, including ICE in Minneapolis and all other locations necessary to carry out removals of dangerous aliens and to maintain order and safety for all Americans. And number 2, use all tools necessary, including the Insurrection Act, to maintain order in the face of unlawful obstructions and assemblages that prevent the enforcement of the laws of the United States. The act has been used 30 times in our history. It's not going to wreck the country. We did it 30 times, ranging from the efforts of Presidents Washington and Adams to suppress rebellions, Eisenhower, Kennedy,
the Whiskey
Johnson,
Rebellion,
all enforcing federal court orders to desegregate the schools.
Yeah, it's a long drive, but it's paying good, so I don't mind.
At the request of the California governor back
I
in
assume
1992.
the other one's out this way too. I won't know until I drop this one off.
Mr. President, we need you to do something here.
I'm 2 minutes away from the first drop.
Oh, God. whose policies create chaos by making it impossible for federal law enforcement officers to even enforce our laws, thereby putting criminal illegal aliens over law-abiding American citizens. You get stopped on the highway with a suspended or revoked license, no insurance, and trafficking illegal aliens. You're
Plus, it's rush hour, so it's lots of traffic.
You're off scot-free. House Freedom Caucus members worked to defund sanctuary cities in the appropriation process, but we were not allowed to offer an amendment on the House floor. How come, Mike Johnson? Ensure the Department of Homeland Security is funded fully, number 4, Mr. President, along with all other remaining appropriation bills. We cannot allow Democrats to strip this funding out to pass other appropriations separately. We cannot support Democrats or giving them the ability to control the funding of our homeland. The House has already passed an appropriations package. It was negotiated and agreed to by Senate Democrats. Then they got one of their people killed, and they reclaimed the entire narrative, and they say, well, now we've got political pressure. If Democrats insist on reneging and shutting down the government, endangering Americans by siding with criminal illegal aliens, the Freedom Caucus stands ready to take all steps necessary to limit the government unilaterally by A, supporting changing the Senate rules.
All right. All right. And we are 7 minutes away from the next one. We get the order or the podcast going back again.
The branch to transfer funding with maximum flexibility. So shout out to the Freedom Caucus. Now, we support you in standing up for the average hardworking American who wants to restore law and order, preserve our nation, defend common sense, and remove the millions of violent, criminal, illegal aliens endangering our community. With great respect, the House Freedom Caucus Board of Directors. And so there is a lot of support for this. And honestly, I think delivering a big win, ending the sanctuary cities, would probably result in a red wave during the midterms. I think people start to get deflated when it looks like we're being deflated. So we have to keep that energy up, Mr. President. Hopefully he reads that letter. So J.D. Vance was also out responding to Jacob Gray. A little back and forth here today. The president said, we're trying to negotiate in good faith with these communists who don't act in good faith at all. Says, surprisingly, Mayor Jacob Gray, the president, just stated that Minneapolis does not and will not enforce federal immigration laws. This is after having a very good conversation with him. Could somebody in his inner sanctum please explain that this statement is a very serious violation of the law and that he is playing with fire, exclamation point? As predicted, he's not a good faith person. So he responded, he said, the job of our police is to keep people safe, not enforce federal immigration laws. I want them,
which is what those laws are supposedly doing. So
not hunting down,
you're contradicting yourself, homie.
Contributes to Minneapolis and is from Ecuador. Okay, many people from Ecuador are committing murders and are the PDF files. It's similar to the policy your guy Rudy had in New York City. Everyone should feel safe calling 911. Yeah, and getting goods and services, going to the hospital, going to the education, get education, everything they need, applying for SNAP benefits, applying for housing treatment, going and getting their kids installed in Leary centers. We got it. Yes, everybody should be
Learing. I love it. He says it so smoothly. So Learing
back and forth, JD said, hey, how about this, Jacob? How about federal law enforcement? Should they feel safe calling 911? Because they can't. You guys just send your goons out there to kick in the sides of doors on the streets. Right now, they don't, because you've told your police officers not to help them. And the back and forth continues. And while all this is happening, while President Trump who is playing at a higher level. I understand that completely. He's making deals. He sees the board in a way that we can't. But just to be clear, they are not lowering their guns. Everybody's in there, pointing guns at each other. They're not lowering them at all. In fact, they're doubling down. New York Times saying city prosecutors are now joining forces to bring charges against federal agents. They're calling them Nazis. They're saying we're keeping lists and we're coming after you. And they will. They've got spreadsheets. They've got airtables. They've got forms. They've got CRMs. 9 progressive prosecutors say that they're going to work together to charge federal agents. They know that they've got legal obstacles because of the supremacy clause and federal immunity, but they're announcing it nonetheless, and they're going aggressively here. You can see there was this clip from this guy. Philadelphia is the DA. Larry Krasner threatening ICE, saying, if we have to hunt you down the way they hunted Nazis for decades, we will find you. So this is how things are escalating as we're trying to turn the temperature down. They're not, and they're not going to, by the way, if they regain power.
This is a small bunch of wannabe Nazis. That's what they are.
Wow.
In a country of 350 million, we outnumber them. If we have to hunt you down the way they hunted down Nazis for decades, we will find your identities. We will find you. We will achieve justice.
All right, so he's targeting federal agents. It's a rebellion. It's an insurgency, and it needs to be dealt with accordingly. So they're also organizing. They know they don't have the power to do it. They don't care. They know they can't organize to attack federal agents and try to pass it off as protesting, peaceful protesting and observing. But they're doing it. So unless there is a heavy hand that comes back down and finally puts this to rest, it's going to continue. 9 progressive prosecutors are circling the wagons. The FBI said it's not going to investigate Renee Good, Alex Preddy, the maniac allegedly kicking doors in. Videos are happening. Top prosecutors in these various locations are working on it. And no doubt, if they can get it through, they'll do it. I'm actually a little bit surprised it hasn't happened already. That's how powerful federal immunity
awful governance. You've got Democrats, again, Governor Walz, Mayor Fry, who have declared their state and city sanctuaries. They refuse to cooperate with ICE. ICE and Border Patrol, that they are operating really throughout the country, really fulfilling the mandate of President Trump, which was to secure the border and deport, starting with the illegal criminals that have raped and murdered and trafficked drugs and humans. Get those folks apprehended and deported. And most states and most cities that cooperate with ICE, no problems. I mean, we are cleaning up the streets. We are making these cities and states safer. But in Minnesota, we had the governor and the mayor incentivizing.
Yeah, to get the drop-off done first before I fix the camera.
Against federal law
We're live again.
And now it's resulted in 2 tragic deaths. But Democrats, they'll never even consider the tragic deaths, like Laken Riley and the many others who've been victims of crimes committed by illegal immigrants. Don't look at that at all. But they just focus on they were tragic deaths. I feel horrible for the families of the people that were killed. Didn't have to happen. It shouldn't have happened. It had not been incentivized by Democrat leadership or some other radical left group that's organizing these protests, creating these martyrs. There wouldn't be these martyrs. They wouldn't have had those 2 deaths.
Yeah, it's a bummer that they're instigating it, but they're causing the death.
Yeah, some of these cars are snowed in,
supporting their efforts.
Plowed in.
And Bill Malugin has now just come out and confirmed that, DHS confirms to Fox News they're aware of this video, and HSI is investigating it. And it definitely looks like it's that dude. So shout out to the BBC for actually reporting on that. And yeah, that's going to be a curious one to continue to follow. And here's more from Rand Paul. He said today, while all this is happening, we have Republicans, apparently, who are agreeing to continue to fund refugee assistance. Why are Republicans continuing to fund refugee assistance? Everybody's a refugee. Everybody's an asylee. Everyone's here on temporary protected status. Everyone here is a dreamer. Everyone here's got some reason because they're being tortured or their papusa business or something's going on. We get it. And now Republicans are still shoving billions of dollars down their gullets, courtesy of your wallet. Here's Rand Paul upset about that today.
There's been a lot of news reports about the fraud.
I'm glad he's actually saying something about that.
I think it makes people mad. It makes me mad. And then I see in the appropriation bills that all the people who are going on television squawking about this are now voting to give another $5 billion to these programs. You can't just say, we'll have better people next time and we're going to send people to Minnesota to clean it up. Yes, we should try to do that. But the way you clean it up is you give them less money. And really, I think at this point, there's so much fraud in these programs that I would zero out the refugee program.
100%.
Does that mean no refugees? No. If churches and people want to bring refugees and they welcome them into this country and they come legally, they should pay for them. Charity's when you give your own money. It's not charity to bring people in and then have billions of dollars taken from the taxpayer. So I think all refugees that come to this country should not get any welfare. Doesn't mean they can't get assistance. Churches and individuals should help them, but shouldn't be any government assistance because I think it becomes a beacon to an entire group of people.
Yep.
Look, half of Somalia seems to have come to Minnesota. So I think the way you stop that is you have to stop these refugee programs. And I think it points out some hypocrisy on the Republican part that on the one hand, they're all, we need to do something, we need to do something. And then they're going to fund another bill with $5 billion more for refugee programs, refugee welfare, essentially.
What are they doing over there? We're already upset that they stole $19 billion in Minnesota. I'm like, well, here's another $5 billion because, you need it. Byron Donalds was also out. He said, no matter what Tim Walz and Jacob Frey say, they do not have the legal authority to impede ICE. They never will, and they know it. Here's Byron explaining why this is so simple. They don't care. They know they don't have the authority. They don't care because what's going to happen to them? Nothing. Here's Byron.
Have been basically backing ICE, this whole country for the last year. But what about what happened on Saturday? The administration seemed to be saying things that we are accurate. What's your take about what we saw in that video?
Well, first and foremost, nobody wants to see anybody lose their life. Let's be very clear. But my position has been very simple.
Mother Orr, I didn't even hear the chime. Glad I caught it before it timed out.
Period. Nobody wants an American to lose their life. No. But you cannot stop them from doing their law enforcement duties. With their ICE officials, Secret Service, FBI, a sheriff in the state of Florida, or anybody in any one of our police departments in the state of Florida. You do not have that right to do that. So it's very unfortunate what happened in this situation. I will also add, part of the reason why the tensions have risen out of control in Minnesota is because of Governor Walz and his rhetoric, because of Mayor Fry and his rhetoric. And part of the things that are now starting to become uncovered is, and this stuff that has to be verified, but potentially a very organized insurgency against federal officials executing federal law under the United States Constitution. Governors in the United States do not have the legal authority to stop federal law enforcement from deporting criminal illegal aliens. That is constitutional. The states have actually given that power to the federal government. That's the very construct of our constitutional framework. So no matter what Tim Walz says, he does not have the legal authority to impede ICE officials. And he's been reckless in his language. So is the mayor saying that they're going to stand up to ICE. They don't have the legal authority. And what's worse is they know they don't have the legal authority. They just want to be a bunch of tough guys so that somebody in the Democrat Party should have some ability to have some policy opposed to Donald Trump. That's right. If you look at the polling today, the American people still support deportations of criminal illegal aliens in our country. But one thing is clear, nobody wants to see a loss of life. President Trump doesn't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Nobody wants to see it.
Yeah, we don't want to see that, but we also have to enforce the law. So if you're going to be an enemy combatant joining in foreign invaders, then you have to be dealt with accordingly. So while we're watching this, we see that there was a real shift in fortune for some of these Somali businesses. You may have seen this clip, but they posted this video courtesy of Josh Dunlap. And with all the extra scrutiny, with all of the eyes on the fraud, with some of the spigots being shut off, now all of a sudden, business is tough. Here's this video.
Everybody was screaming to open business this month, but not anymore. It's very slow. We're not making any money. If this problem continues, I don't think we can have our businesses. I live South Minneapolis. If you walk around, you think nobody lives the area.
Where'd they all go? Is the grift over and so they've all abandoned the location? This woman draping the American flag over her, I don't appreciate it.
I think ICE is here to destroy the Minneapolis, harassing people.
Why do you have a Mexican flag on your counter while you're draping the American flag over you?
Both closing our businesses. We have to come out and, fight our rights. I was volunteering last 3 days to explain in my community and tell them how important
All right, be right back.
to do assembly.
It'll probably cut off while I'm in there.
ICE, we will see you. Everybody was.
I hope that ICE does see them. Yup. And maybe even deports them. I don't know what their citizenship status is, but it's probably they speak English. They're going to come in. Aggressively. All right, so there's more. We've got this congressman. He said, if a city chooses to act as a sanctuary for lawbreakers, they can pay for it. We're sick of paying for it.
Oh wow, this one's a bit of a drive.
We cannot continue rewarding
12 miles away.
Sanctuary cities that put American lives in the
definitely pause after this one.
Keep all of their businesses flush as hell.
All right,
while the rest of us have to go earn it and market it. We don't get it handed to us from the feds.
No more federal dollars for sanctuary jurisdictions that defy the law.
Let's go.
And I mean no more excuses. No more American blood on the hands of politicians who choose criminals over citizens.
You got hurt. My ingrown toenails bothering the shit out of me too. It's why I'm using the
safety. Requires it. And we will not rest until justice is restored for Lakin, for every victim, and for every family that deserves to feel safe in their own country. If a city wants our taxpayers' money, it must follow federal law. If it chooses to act as a sanctuary for lawbreakers, let it do so on its own dime.
I mean, it's just an ingrown toenail. I mean, I've dealt with it for a long time. It's just flared up because actually one of the dogs stomped my foot this morning. One of the big German shepherds stomped on me. Kind of inflamed it.
Public safety. That's how we'll restore moral clarity.
Just pain.
And I mean starting today.
Well, you deal with pain all the time too. I'm sure you understand.
Please do not give $5 billion more.
Pain is weakness leaving the body.
Lord knows what. We've had enough of it. We also saw that the feds are not slowing down. They're in Arizona.
Yeah, I understand that.
Christy Noem is saying we are rounding up some of the worst of the worst, saying the brave men and women are removing these people. Just in the last few days, she posted this about 4 hours ago, as you can see. Says Johan Cuadros Almanza, criminal illegal alien from Peru.
Well, that's something my dogs will do to me sometimes too with their heads. They'll walk up to me and just nose me real good.
Who's this person?
The big dogs anyway.
Criminal illegal alien from Honduras. Oh, exploitation of a minor. Amazing. Wow, I feel really diversified. Rafael Augustin Soto Valles. This guy came from the Dominican Republic. Wow, 8 counts of distributing drugs and fentanyl. Good. Probably responsible for many dead Americans. Great. So Democrats want him in here. This guy from Haiti. Assault with intent to commit abuse. He came from Haiti. Amazing. He landed in Iowa. This guy from Ecuador. Oh, that Mayor Jacob Frey was just saying he wants in his community. Yep. Criminal act in White Plains, New York. Yep. And then this guy. Another one from Mexico. Assault with a deadly weapon in Riverside. Yeah. Jose Garcia. Another one from Honduras. Convicted of assault of a family member.
That hurts.
Edith, criminal illegal alien from Mexico.
I thought you meant something different about a sensitive area. The jewels.
It doesn't really look like she uses it, though. Hugo, also another criminal illegal alien from Guatemala. Burglary and stalking. Great. Another one. Second-degree robbery. L.A. Battery. California. This guy, Bolandi. Manufacturing control. It just goes on. It just keeps going and going and going. And the Democrats want more of it. Man, look at this beautiful American eagle. God bless America. This is a real photo. It's a real bird. He's out there on patrol. We love it. Shout out to that bald eagle. We need to get one. All right, so that's what's happening. Now, they're also in Arizona, and we were happy to see it, but these congresswomen were not. They were all out. We don't want him in here. We do not need ICE in our city. We do not want ICE in our city, but what we do, yeah, some of us do, definitely do. And so they were there. There was a big roundup. If you're in Arizona, you may know about Zips Bar. They went out to all the Zips, and apparently it was basic identity theft, massive fraud sting. So they went out, and lots of the lefties are very unhappy about that, but we're not. We're happy to see that continue to develop. So we also are seeing that Tricia from Ohio is saying we're not letting up. Okay, there are 1,300 criminal illegal aliens in Minnesota's jails. We want to get them, honor our detainers, so that we can remove these people from our country.
Well, that's when we have to have a visible presence on the ground, and I know Tom Homan, he's on the ground there, and he's a great asset to President Trump and has quite a bit of insight and experience, and we're hoping that he can make inroads with those local officials there because
maybe, yeah. I'll be close to a sheet. So
games where he's saying, "Oh, we actually honor detainers." The reality on the ground is
I forgot I had a bottle of water in here. I just chugged on that.
And county jails. Actually, last year alone, 470 criminal illegal aliens were released from Minnesota's jails back onto their streets.
Yeah, this is a 12-mile delivery. So
as we speak, Stuart, there are 1,360 criminal illegal aliens in Minnesota's jails. What we want is a commitment that they are going to honor those detainers and turn them over to ICE, or at least give us a notification before they're released.
And they don't. Most of the time, we've gone through the numbers for the Center for Immigration Services. They'd rather just release the illegals back.
Maybe.
To the communities.
I might just go with some black coffee.
And if there's a fracture there, they lose all their political.
Let's see.
So they will not let that happen. But as we
good on gas, so I haven't heard from my business partners yet, so I assume that's not happening today.
A lot less innocent than the media would have you believe, and was in the business, has a pattern and practice of obstructing, getting violent, and on the day of the shooting, they had already removed him out of the street. They moved him aside. And let me see if I can just get that video real quick, because that was a good one. CBS Moments had it. And yeah, this might be it right now.
There's the sheets up here too. I'm still on my Speedway boycott. So
all right, so here's the original one, which when we do a little compare and contrast, in fact,
what's this guy doing, man?
Yeah, here. So this is the original, and it's basically the same damn outfit. Yeah, right there. And he was again shoved aside originally, and he went back out into the street. There it is again. Everybody wants to conveniently forget about that. The video for most people starts right here, when he's then already in the street. But as we know, they moved him aside in the very beginning. Okay? He already was in an altercation.
About 2 minutes before the shooting, Alex Preddy is seen arguing with officers. One officer pushes him back, and an individual is detained as Preddy's argument with officers continues. Preddy, holding a cell phone, was allegedly there as an observer to document what was happening. About a minute later, Preddy is seen standing in the street, filming, directing a car past him. An officer then...
Yeah, I mean, it's their own doing. I mean, the big thing is that they haven't come out and said, hey, we don't support that. I haven't, or at least I haven't seen anything.
Now all of a sudden they're victims, okay? Because you agitate to the point where then you can suddenly claim to be a victim.
Right? Yeah, someone in front of me is smoking with their window down. I'm smelling it. That's weird. I can smell it that sensitive.
That you don't get up and go beat him. You have a younger brother. All older brothers and all younger brothers know exactly what I'm talking about. It's kind of, I'm not touching you. I'm not in your room. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Then you come out, you beat the crap out of them, and you get in trouble from mom. Same thing happening right here. Oh, no. Hey, he's going to come attack a woman. I have to protect her. Oh. No, you guys are in the process of obstructing and keeping it just below the kinetic energy. And, of course, they have to remove you because they have a job to do. And it's the same MO, although he didn't get violent here. So, again, he gets jumped by the cops, and then he gets killed. And he had already done that the week before, right here in the clip. One more time, just for posterity's sake.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy.
It is like the same outfit. It is the same jacket. Look at that. It's the same getup right there as in the first scene. You have that. Let me cue this up. Little frontal action over here. Look, it is the exact same. Same outfit. Let me see if I can squeeze this puppy out over here. Right there. Come on. Come on. So they're going to say it's not the same guy. Is that what's going on out there? No, you can't pull your Tim. There's no evidence of that. Yeah, it's him. It's the same outfit. Looks exactly the same. Facial hair, hat.
Lots of circles
neck
here.
Thing going on. It's him. So the innocent MERS hoax once again crumbles, but are you going to see any corrections on
There's the sheets I'm coming back to.
because they're liars. So the House Freedom
Man,
Caucus
gas is
says
down to
enough is
227. I might just
can't
top
impede
off
law
there.
enforcement
Shit.
and
Is that real?
commit obstruction
Oh,
and then think
257
you
for
can get
regular.
away with
Okay.
it.
And
I'm not saying
227
you should
is
be
that
killed, but there needs to be consequences because we have to
corn
follow
fuel,
the law.
ethanol.
So we're going to keep our eye on this one, obviously. Hopefully the president reads the
Still,
message from the House Freedom
257 is not
Caucus.
bad.
And hopefully we keep our voices loud and clear on this, that there is support for enforcement of the law. Republicans don't need to get so squishy. In fact, being squishy is only going to cause your further demise. We need you to stay activated on this. This is the whole reason we elected you. It's getting a little bit hard for you, but that's okay. Man up! You made a commitment. When you supported Trump and got on the Trump train, you made a commitment. And so you need to see this through. Now that things are getting a little bit difficult for you and you don't like it because some agitator got killed, now that stops the entire movement. Let's grow some hairs, okay, and make sure we get this done, Congress. All right, so we're going to keep our eye on that one. And that's pretty revelatory, isn't it? But now, let's talk about the raid, because, ooh, we got a raid in Fulton County, and we've been waiting to talk about this one. We've got, as this was all unfolding, I've been queuing some other things up, because apparently, yeah, here's what's going on. Yes, this is great. And love it. A literal truckload has now been taken from Fulton County in an FBI raid. You see this video shared from David Cott. Says FBI agents have docked a truck back into Fulton County Elections Office, and they're filling it up. Presumably, they're going to begin loading the truck with the 2020 election ballots now, any moment now. So Brad Raffensperger, Fannie Willis, Nathan Wade. Nathan Wade got a text message. He just looked up, pulled his sunglasses up while he's on his cruise. Oh, crap, this is a problem. And we're excited to see where this goes. There's another photograph here that's being shared from Greg Bluestein, because this raid is occurring at the moment. Here's an image of FBI agents collecting records from inside the Fulton County election that was obtained by AJC, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Rounding up those boxes. Is anything good in there? What is that, a speaker? That looks like a router. That looks like a Wi-Fi router puck, probably. And all right, so gathering up the docs, and the investigation will be underway. We're happy to see that the entire truck is out there. Let's listen to this.
Nobody's saying anything.
And we have reaction to the raid from Senator Greg Dolezal, who is a state senator who has been on this for a while. And we covered a live hearing with him where he was asking Fannie Willis a bunch of questions about her office and subpoenas and more. He just said, we deserve answers about what happened in 2020. I was one of just 4 Georgia senators who originally called for a special session in the aftermath of 2020. Glad to see the FBI here working to uncover the truth. And so we're going to come back to that. But remember, we've been battling for this for a long time. In fact, there was a lawsuit that the DOJ submitted back in December. U.S. of America versus Che Alexander. We've been wanting these files. They're not giving them to us because they know they're damning and incriminating. But back in December, Harmeet and the Civil Rights Division sued. They said, all right, look, the AG Pam Bondi has sweeping power to go get election records. We're demanding them now. You have to make them available for inspection under U.S. code. And if we send you a written demand, that's it. You have to give it to us. And so they sued. They said federal court issue an order directing Fannieville to turn the records over to us and go through some case law. They say we're allowed to be here. The AG is demanding these records. They didn't give them to him, so they just went and took them. Che Alexander is responsible for delivering these records, and they have not done that. Under HAVA, under the NVRA, Pam Bondi has the right to go make these demands. In fact, on July 30th, they sent, and the state election board of Georgia passed a resolution calling upon the AG to effect compliance of voting transparency. Then on October 30th, Bondi sent a demand letter. So they said, hey, Pam, can you help us? She says, absolutely. Then there was a subpoena. It said, we want all used void ballot stubs. We want all stubs of all ballots, all signature envelopes, corresponding envelope digital files back from the 2020 general election. And so I don't know if this is the scope of the search warrant, that the FBI just executed, but it's probably pretty similar to this because they're already demanding it from the DOJ. The October 30th letter then requested these records pursuant to the AG. So they just tried to get it civilly with a federal judge, and now they just went and got a warrant from a federal judge and said, actually, there's crimes over there. So now we need permission to go investigate, and a federal judge said, yeah, sure. So the October 30th letter identified the purpose of this request. We want to make sure Georgia is complying with federal laws. You've got transparency concerns from them. They say, we can't give you any of these. So we're going to keep them in our possession under seal. Letters back and forth. Then Pam Bondi sent another letter back in November, and they're just not responding. So Georgia just said, get bent. We're not giving you crap. They said, okay, no problem. We'll go, and we'll just talk to another judge, and we'll get a warrant, and we'll just go seize everything that way. And that's exactly what happened. So here is what the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, who was there, is reporting. You can see here's the front of the building. Fulton County, I don't see Fannie anywhere. And if she was in the photo, you'd know. You can see they say the FBI raided a Fulton County election
Happy
hub
Hippie.
today. Perfect.
Name of that store
Tony
there.
Thompson, a spokesman for the Atlanta office of the FBI,
Wonder what they
said
sell
the
there.
agency was conducting court-ordered activity at the Elections Operations Center at Campbellton, Fairburn Road.
Now, this is going to bring us up near
Didn't
the
offer any further details. Neither
North
Fulton County
Sylvania
or
Road.
Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, appeared to have any advance notice. A rough afternoon for you there, Brad. President Trump has falsely claimed, says this stupid person, that the election was rigged. It was obviously rigged. Remember when this stupid thing happened? We saw, oh no, oh, the water main broke in Fulton County. Oh no.
He is in Georgia, where they're having a big problem
What
counting some
happened?
of the votes, Mark.
No.
Nor this is an election return watch party here on the edge of Atlanta. These are mostly excited Democrats because when's the last time Georgia thought of itself as a battleground state? After record early returns and essentially a day of problem-free voting, there is now a hitch in the tabulation of votes. I'm standing in Fulton County. Fulton County includes a chunk of Atlanta. Downtown Atlanta is State Farm Arena where the Atlanta Hawks play. They are tabulating the absentee ballots of Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county. A water pipe has broken inside the arena.
No.
They had counted 86,000 absentee ballots. We don't know how many more they have yet to tabulate, but all the tabulation of those ballots has now stopped. We're told by election officials they may not finish tabulating those votes for a day or two. So depending how close the rest of the state is, we may not know the result of this critical battleground state for another day or two. That is because, again, a water pipe has broken in State Farm Arena. State Farm Arena is where they were counting the absentee ballots of Georgia's most populous county. And now the tabulation has stopped.
And then they all go, oh, wow, water main, yeah, definitely water main break. All right, so we got the warrant, it looks like. Greg Bluestein, man, shout out, sharing the warrant with us. Thank you, Greg, for doing that. We appreciate anyone who shares documents. Here's the warrant. It looks like it came down in the Northern District of Georgia in the matter of searching this election facility. Case number currently still under seal. In this document, an affidavit having been made before me by Special Agent Hugh Raymond Evans has reason to believe that the property that was just raided has been described in Attachment A, and we're searching for things in Attachment B. Signed off by the judge, federal magistrate judge called Catherine M. Salinas, out of the Northern District of Georgia. And so let's see if we got the rest of it. No. Nothing there. Let's see if anything in the attachments. Wow, this is it. The property to be
This is actually
searched,
Sylvania.
Attachment A. That's it. The election facility. Okay, here's what we're looking for.
We're way up
This is what
north.
they wanted to go get. Let's see if it matches the civil complaint. We want all records
Sure it's
relating to
5141
violations of U.S. Code.
Kind of a rich area,
Those
too.
might be the HAVA, the civil provisions. Let's see. Violations occurring after October 12, 2020. A, all physical ballots, let's go. That's why we have a truck. Of the 2020 general election in Fulton County, including but not limited to absentee ballots to include envelopes. This is huge. Advanced voting ballots, provisional ballots, in-person election day ballots, emergency ballots, damaged or destroyed ballots, duplicated ballots, or any other ballot that was used to cast a vote. All tabulator tapes, which were fake, for every voting machine used in Fulton County, including but not limited to
I
zero
can't see
tapes,
these fucking
opening
addresses.
tapes. I got a clip of this. Closing tapes, any other
You're
tabulator
missing.
tape printed from a voting machine utilized during the 2020 election in Fulton County. And when you start counting, you zero it out, right? You say, okay, now I'm going to count how many Skittles are in this bucket, whatever. Zero it out. There are zero in there, so when I add them in there, I can count them. They weren't doing that. We're just going to start counting without even looking what was in the bowl. No zeroing out at all, so you can't validate the numbers. Any ballot images produced during the original ballot count, any other ballot images that were created, they want all voter rolls, absentee early voting, in person,
I
any other
can't
voter
see any
roll
of
that
these fucking
indicates voters
addresses.
absentee ballots got issued to, and more. This warrant authorizes a review of electronic storage media, electronically stored information. All can be copied, fruits, instrumentalities, and everything. So that is just amazing. Saying agents, attorneys for the government,
I think this is
pursuant to the warrant, the FBI may deliver a complete copy of the electronic data to the custody and control of attorneys for the government in support of their independent review. And
Let me just say that.
where did this video come from? Oh, here it is. Fulton County Commissioner says this is an assault on your vote. All right, so they're already reacting to it, and they're probably very nervous about what is about to be found.
Let me just say that we are going to, we need to take all action to make sure that this what I consider to be an assault on voters. This is an assault on your vote. So I think that Marvin is an attorney. I'm an attorney. We are all trying to figure out what to do about this. But what we know is that does not even matter. We know in America right now, it does not even matter if what you are saying is the right thing. If our president wants to bring in the forces, he will, and he has. And so it's in Fulton County now. So we have to protect. You need to go to your voter page, make sure that you are still registered to vote. You need to check every week. You need to be unafraid of these scare tactics, and you need to go out there and vote. Because what they're mostly afraid of is that you will vote them out. That is what they are afraid of. Let me just say that.
All right. Actually, we're concerned that you're rigging elections. So voting out. All right. The real takeaway on this. And if you have your homework completed appropriately, then you're okay to have somebody check it, right? Federal government, that's all the law says. They can go look at your records under HABA and NVRA. It's in the law. They're allowed to do it. When you don't cooperate with the federal government, then you're in violation of the law. And if everything was done by the book and there's no fraud and the water main break was amazing and there's no rigged signatures and you were actually
I gotta go to the bathroom too. Someone stop at that Sheets.
Supervisor, I'm like, yeah.
Man, this is a busy road.
Properly counted. Every signature was perfect. Every one of our voters nailed it. But they can't do that. And we see.
Well, I smoke herb too, but I've been taking a break from it lately just because
from them. But before we play
possible employment, I actually have my medical card
we had this
here in Ohio, which I never use in Ohio because shit's too expensive. Good thing we live close enough to Michigan.
Right here, they're talking about exactly how many actual tapes they had.
No, won't be eating no yellow snow.
And the answer is basically zero. Listen to this.
But we're about to talk about is facts. You're about to hear some real news.
Right.
And I want to see if you'd be willing to report it.
Media.
How many tabulation tapes did Fulton County, that you said in the early voting election, print out? How many total were there supposed to be? And how many did they print out?
For early voting, they provided 137 unsigned closing tapes and 0
unsigned closing,
signed or unsigned opening tapes.
Okay.
Okay.
So you basically have no measurement at the beginning, and you have no.
Yeah, I mean, I was an election worker. You have to have signed 0 tapes and then signed total tapes. They have to be signed by both parties at the end of the day.
It's just
So that's
clerical
crazy.
error, someone would like to say. And my point
That's
is
on
this.
purpose. I mean, there's the
I
only
wanna
reason
talk
that
about
would
the
happen is if
clerical
it's on
errors
purpose.
that happen
Wow,
at
that's a
the
deep
beginning of
quarry
the
there. I
day.
never even noticed that
If you
before.
don't know that you start with 0, how do you know that you end with 315,000 or whatever number you want to come up with? How do you know that? Right. If the press is in here, I'm giving you some news because nobody's reporting it. Nobody's talking about it.
Oh, Frank
you want to talk
Zappa?
about T-shirts of people that wear at a campaign or a polling site, or you want to talk about a hiring process that you don't like that I did, or one of our employees that I hired. This is news. This is what Georgia needs to hear about. This is what the state of Georgia's citizens care about when it comes to elections.
God damn it. Just drop my fucking vape.
Not that other lady, though.
I want to ask another question. There was 0 of those 148 starting tapes printed, right? Right, correct. I'm astounded. Is the Fulton County attorney still here? I hope you're hearing what we're saying. And I don't mean this to be personal, but I'm not worth 2 cents if I'm not astounded about this. If I'm not overwhelmed about this. Because I personally am. And I hope you hear it in my voice and see it in my face. Georgia deserves better than this.
Rigged elections, which is what they got. And now the FBI is on scene. We got some other interesting angles and footage that's now coming out, which looks like this. So heavy machinery out there, baby. Let's see what we got. Let's go. Just think of all the tools you can put in that truck. And that's there, so they're there, and they're just backing it up. So that looks promising, very, very promising indeed. There was another angle. A lot of this stuff is breaking right now and being published right now, so I'm sharing it with you. David Cott shared this. FBI on the ground. Look at those FBI agents. Man, they're getting better looking. 100%, way better looking. Nice. All right, so that's a good reform. That's good, because we've seen a lot of the other FBI agents. That's good. All right, so that is all breaking out there today. And let's see what else we have queued up for us. Fox News reporting on what went down today. A little bit more from here.
Fox News is learning FBI agents are on site at a Fulton County election office in Georgia, where they are conducting a search. David Spunt's got more details for us on this developing story. David?
Hi, Sandra. This is a satellite office for the Fulton County Elections Office. The FBI Atlanta press office confirming this, not giving many details, saying that the FBI is executing a court-authorized law enforcement action. No other details at this time, but we do know via sources a judge signed off on this warrant, allowing these agents, as you see them, enter this building to take items from the inside. Now, we're told that this is a sealed matter before the court, meaning details are now limited. Now, agents are looking at documents, phones, computers. We are told via multiple sources this is related to the 2020 presidential election. Now, we don't know specifically what agents are taking to the FBI lab, items that may eventually become part of a federal case. You may remember President Trump was charged in Fulton County with trying to
we've been
overturn the 2020
steady at
election.
11 degrees
Brad
here.
Raffensperger right there. He is the Secretary of State of Georgia. That is the Fulton County District Attorney, Fani Willis. Now, Raffensperger spoke to President Trump back in early 2021, and Trump said that he wanted to find some 11,000 votes to help win the election. Raffensperger said that he felt pressure from Trump. Willis.
That is such a misframing of it, by the way. Trump was just explaining that their obligation as a plaintiff in a lawsuit is to meet that standard. You know, we just have to find 11,000 votes. He wasn't like directing Raffensperger to go create and manufacture votes. It's such a nuanced thing, but I just hate how they report it.
Then took Donald Trump to trial. That didn't happen. In 2023, she said that her prosecution was buttoned up to go, but it was completely derailed after it was revealed she had an intimate relationship with the top prosecutor on her team, and it could have tainted the case. Late last year, a judge dismissed the case in its entirety. It's important to point out, Sandra, that a judge typically would not just sign off on a warrant so the FBI could go on what's known as a fishing expedition. It's likely the FBI and DOJ presented some credible evidence to the judge for the judge to go ahead and give the green light. No immediate comment from the Justice Department. Again, the FBI confirming this court-authorized search warrant. We are waiting to see if perhaps Director Kash Patel, Attorney General Pam Bondi, or even Secretary Raffensperger, or perhaps Governor Brian Kemp have anything to
say about
All of them
it.
are
And
useless.
we just got this video as well from Eric Doherty over on X, and apparently we have somebody speaking, maybe? Let's see what we got over here.
Going into the election facility.
Let's go.
Our photographer was able to go inside. He was let inside and allowed.
Yeah, the wind is gusting pretty good here,
As you
too.
can see, this is
Look at all those
because one of the
votes.
questions
Rick.
we did ask Larry was if agents were restricting his access or asking him to back up.
Oh, yeah?
And he said that so far they've been allowing reporters to get up close to the situation.
Only part of Fox News I see is the clips. I don't watch generally.
Okay, so now agents are asking them to back up.
Actually, we shouldn't even be in this area.
Oh!
I don't have the key, so there you go. Okay.
Okay, so agents are asking them to back up, saying our crew should not be in this area. So this is something we're going to continue to monitor. And as our photojournalist gathers more information and reporter Larry Sproul gathers more information, we're going to be able to hopefully get that information for you. Right now,
All right, shout out to that cameraman, man. He's pushing forward. Got to get the shot. So here's one more we have from, once again, David Cott, who looks like he's on the scene, talking to the Fulton County Commissioner. Man, shout out to this reporting. Says Dana Barrett, who's running for Georgia Secretary of State, calls this whole thing conspiracy theories happening outside the Fulton County Elections Office. Let's listen in.
What you're doing is extremely dangerous.
Why is it dangerous?
Because you're spreading conspiracy theories.
It's not a conspiracy theory. Do you have $45? I'm not undermining. I'm not saying people are voting there. Ma'am, I'm not saying that people are voting there. I'm not saying people are voting there. I'm saying people are currently registered to vote there. We went around Fulton County the last few weeks, and we see that people are currently registered to vote in places like empty lots, homeless shelters that closed 10 years ago. What would you do if you become Secretary of State to address
I'm
that?
not going to reply to conspiracy theories.
It's not conspiracy. It's a current. You can currently go on the voter rolls, purchase them for $45, and go there with us. We will gladly take you if you want to go to.
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm not going to respond to conspiracy theories.
How is that a conspiracy theory? It's an active voter rolls.
Run away.
If you're going to be running for Secretary of State, you're in charge of maintaining the voter rolls. Don't you care about if people are registered to vote from empty lots?
Questions. I appreciate it. I've got it.
Do you think it's a conspiracy theory that people are registered to vote from empty lots, though? Well, I have the ability to go wherever I want to. People are currently registered to vote in empty lots, Commissioner. And if you're going to run for Secretary of State, are you going to at least take a look at that? It took me $45 to purchase the voter rolls. You can do that as well for the Fulton County. You can see that people are registered to vote from empty lots. They're registered to vote at a MARTA bus station. Are you not going to do anything about that? You're just going to call that conspiracy theories again? We have exact addresses that you can go to right now. 205 Elm Street Northwest. It's an empty lot. You can go there right now and see it for yourself. Do you not care about that?
No, it's a conspiracy theory. Too stressful.
You're an elected official and you don't want to address that? Commissioner, if you're going to be running for Secretary of State and that involves maintaining clean voter rolls in one of the most important counties, I would say, in the United States.
I think what you're doing is extremely dangerous.
Why is it dangerous?
Because you're spreading conspiracy theories.
It's not a conspiracy theory. Do you have $45? I'm not undermining. I'm not saying people are voting there. Ma'am, I'm not saying that people are voting there. I'm not saying people are voting there. I'm saying people are currently registered to vote there.
Okay, so she literally stops to ask and answer questions. She gets asked a hard one. Then she just starts walking down the street. Is that their little strategy there? Just start walking. The car will come pick us up. Where's she going? What's she doing? Like, you start, the camera pans around, and I guess she's just like walking home. She's just throwing a temper tantrum and I'm getting out of here. So I don't know. They pick her up because she's a whiny baby.
Jason, right? People are currently registered to vote there. We're not saying people are voting there, Commissioner. We're saying clean the rolls.
She's so
Jason,
mad.
so she said that it's a conspiracy theory. Let me actually.
She's so mad. Look at that face back there, that little scowl here. Do you know who I am right there? How dare you ask me a question like this? She just doesn't want to, of course, know the truth. It's not a conspiracy theory at all. It's rigged out there. So once again, here was Senator Dolezal, who was leading the charge on this for a long time out there in Georgia, responding to the raid of Fannie Fulton land.
So just got word that the FBI is in Atlanta, Georgia, conducting a search warrant at the Fulton County election office. And I've spoken to a number of individuals over the last couple of weeks, have not spoken about this publicly, but who have been called in by the FBI for questioning and was aware that the FBI was here. Do not have any information what the search warrant is related to, other than Fox News is reporting it is related to the 2020 election.
Yep.
And I'd like to remind you that the reason that some of us, specifically Burt Jones, Brandon Beach, William Ligon, and myself, the first four, that stood up and called for a special session so the legislature could do this back in 2020. I'm glad that we finally will be getting to the bottom of whatever it was that happened in 2020, thanks to the federal government. Wish that we could have done it much, much earlier. We'll keep you posted on what we know, but the FBI's here, and hopefully we'll get the truth soon.
Let's go. Congrats to those guys for keeping the pressure on it. Yeah, 6 years later, that's a long time. But now it is coming out. The raid puts pressure on other top Georgia Republicans who consistently endorse this, the integrity of the vote. Among them, we've got other attorneys. They hate Trump, man. They hate him. Falsely. No, it's you guys haven't turned the records over. So we know that your little water main break and your Fannie Willis scam were all part of a stolen election. And so, amazing news. FBI there. We do have the search warrant now, and it's all 2020 stuff. So we'll see if it's different than the civil complaint. This was the civil complaint that was submitted back in December. And whether there's, a criminal component to this or whether this is more like a civil warrant just to go reclaim the documents. And more will be revealed. But if the FBI is there interviewing people, this might have a criminal element to it. And we're excited for that because Georgia, Fulton County is filled with criminals. And then they all turned around and lied. And then they all indicted 19 co-defendants in a RICO case and tried to wreck their lives. All the while, Fannie was siphoning off money for her lover who was indicting her repeatedly. Nathan's hot dog. And they thought that they were going to get away with it. They could just do whatever they wanted as long as they could get Trump out and beat him. They could get off scot-free. But now repercussions are coming. And we're going to be here to continue to cover it, my friends. Thank you for subscribing to our channel and joining us as we do. All right, if you just got here, quick recap. Man, we had a jammed show today. So if you want to hit the rewind button, if you missed anything, we talked about another set of arrests in Minnesota. We saw, what's her name? Nasara Ahmed just got arrested. And we learned more about her original claim. Pam Bondi said she wasn't alone. They arrested all these folks today in a nice little sweep out there. And we learned that she said that she was innocently attacked, taken from her home, and all the things. But security footage actually shows that she was pretty assaulty out there and was spitting in the faces of federal agents, including this guy right here, who was almost taken out with a banana and rice loogie. Right there! Oh! Brutal. All right, so she's going to pay the price for that. Can't do that. Meanwhile, Ilhan Omar got sprayed in the face with apple cider, I guess. And we're learning more about this dude. He's got a long criminal history. We went through that, watched some of the video, and learned that the
Nathan's hot
president
dog,
doesn't
he
give a
likes to refer to
crap
that
about
too.
Ilhan, which is really the right response. Then we turned our attention over to this new footage of Alex Preddy, the so-called innocent nurse who's out there just being a legal observer and fighting for due process rights. All now, a sudden, we find out he's a violent maniac who's out there kicking in the back of police vehicles, violently attacking them, then engaging with them on the street, being brought to the ground, has a gun at this moment, and brought it back to do it again. It wasn't enough for him. He's got something screw loose or something. I think that's appropriate. Of course, it's not. And now the hoax continues to crumble, we reminded ourselves about this little diagram right here. Pretty convenient resource if people are still confused out there on the left. Don't commit crimes. Pretend that you're protesting while you're carrying a firearm. Otherwise, it may result in your death. And the House Freedom Caucus is now out. They've basically had enough. Time to invoke the Insurrection Act. What we're seeing here is an organized attack. They're trying to frame this as though ICE is being heavy-handed. I can't really see that or make that argument. I certainly don't want American citizens dead, but when you try to run over federal agents with your vehicle, or when you try to continually obstruct them and disobey lawful orders, bad things are going to happen to you. And that you don't get to veto the enforcement of the law by having something bad happen. It's unfortunate that bad things happen, but we still have a nation to run. And so we need to have our congresspeople man up, backstop the president, support the enforcement efforts, and bring the sanctuary cities to heel. That's how we have one nation and not a nation state that is filled with soft secession insurgencies. Can't run a country.
Hey, Brandon.
We went through that. Then we saw the prosecutors are unleashing. So they're going to try to do whatever they can to attack the ICE agents. Call them the Nazis.
Idiot here. He's flying.
Hunt you down, and we're going to find you. From this guy, Larry Krasner out of Philadelphia. So they're nuts. We listened to Johnson. We heard from Rand Paul. And Rand was revelatory today because he's confirming for us that the Republicans are still spending $5 billion for the so-called refugees, and everybody's a refugee. We know it's so hard to live anywhere else but America. Byron Donalds was here today. We had this bald eagle, shout out, and a nice laundry list of the people that the Democrats continue to defend and fight for. We also saw that ICE is in Arizona. Nice to see you, friends. Welcome aboard. We heard this guy, congressman, saying time to defund all of the sanctuary cities. Cut the money off. If they want to pay for illegals themselves, they can. And the Somali businesses, now that some of the spigots have been cut off, all suddenly going broke. And we've covered their businesses and how they get SNAP reimbursements. And they sell like a bottle of, whatever, bananas. And they get reimbursed by the federal government. Now that the money is being cut off because Trump cut it off, business is suddenly bad. Yeah, we know. All right, so Tricia was out today as well, saying they're not letting up at all. Then we turned our attention to the raid at Fulton County. A literal truck, semi-truck, box truck filling back up to the election center to load all those juicy ballots and bring them over for review. And so we covered that, heard reaction, looked at the civil complaint, reminded ourselves about the water main break. Fox was there, and we had more. And this is another good one too. So John Thune, he was talking about the SAVE Act, which will be another nice thing.
I got a coffee. Nice dark
Senate,
coffee.
Leader John Thune was out
The
today.
espresso shot in it. I ate right before I started dashing, so I'm all right as far as food.
Let's play this earlier.
I've co-sponsored the SAVE Act in the past. I think my understanding is that they are still modifying the bill. It includes right now a requirement that you be a citizen to register to vote, but it doesn't include a requirement that to vote you be a resident. So in other words, if you're going to have what we call voter ID or photo ID when somebody goes into the ballot box to vote, that's not currently covered in the bill. So that's been
all right. We're live again.
And addressed, and I think the new bill that comes out hopefully will deal with that. But I mean, at some point we'll have that vote. I'm for it. I think most of our colleagues in the Senate are, and I don't, it hasn't had consideration in the relevant committee yet. But I know there's a high level of interest among our members in getting a vote on SAVE Act.
All right, we've got to cram that through. We got to fix our elections. We can't have Fulton County and people like Fannie Willis rigging it at the state level and having illegal aliens come in and shove ballots.
It says no turn on red, idiot.
And so now, my friends, it's time to hear from you. Thank you so much for being here.
Target order, okay.
Joining our channel. Thanks for subscribing if you haven't already done that, because we do go live at the same time every single day during the week, and we'd love to have you come back and join us. We got some great comments and some great donos, my friends. Thank you for sending these in and supporting everything that we're doing here. Well, a bunch of comments. What a lovely day it is. Here's the president. Yeah, guess who's right again from the president. It is good to be right all the time. Shout out. John McGarvey says, yeah, I hate spitting. probably the quickest way to get punched. Her blood needs to be tested. If she has one communicable disease, she needs to be charged with something akin to biological warfare. Like a terrorist. Like she is. I'm with you. It was a biological weapon attack. You don't know what's going on in that body of hers. Who knows? Hey, thank you, John. It is disgusting. It's like, it's disgusting. It's very base, low IQ.
Target. You see how many items do I have?
Terrible. Don't. Her traditional Muslim dress is an abaya.
All right, cool.
Well, that sounds nice.
I'm trying to cross.
Good education. Good culture that we get to know now. What's up? Jimmy Bob in the house. Good to see you, Jimmy Bob. What's going on? Doan is here. Omar prioritized 20 minutes of airtime over everyone's safety after taking a load of mystery juice. Yeah, that was really weird. Like, if it was a biological agent or something, wouldn't you be like taking your, like, get that off of me, spray me down? Did I get a little spittle in my mouth? Like, let me get some sanitary.
Live class and discover how AI
I'm
can.
gonna leave you guys listening to.
That's DEMO to 813.
What the fuck?
Make 2026 your breakthrough year.
Okay, here's the
strategies that work for your schedule and your style. Text demo to 813.
The drive up spaces.
Now. Trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors.
We'll borrow one of these, I guess.
And give your express consent to recurring phone
And we'll just borrow this one here. Legit space. I'm gonna leave you guys running. Just gonna turn on the long idle. You guys listen to some Mark Levin. I'll be back. I only got 4 items to grab. Hopefully it won't take too long. Let's see here.
Rob Shatless, founder
Settings.
of Ring Savvy, and missed calls
Vehicle.
means missed customers. Ring Savvy gives you live 24/7 receptionists, so you never miss a call.
All right, I'll be right back.
Based agents use your custom script, support bilingual callers, and send messages. Call 833-RING Savvy. That's 833-746-4728, or visit ringsavvy.com/SiriusXM for 400 free minutes. Ring Savvy, always live, always professional.
The right to bear arms.
Religious freedom.
Conservative principles live here.
We are.
SiriusXM Patriot, Channel 125.
We're Patriot.
So much time is wasted on radio and TV and podcasting and all the rest of it. Minutia. Whereby spending days on end talking about what is the Democrat Party agenda or the left's agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm talking about right now affects your livelihoods, it affects your communities, it affects what kind of a country you're going to live in. This is no small matter. I ask you, please pay attention to this. Please spread the word. Please make demands of your politicians, local, state, and federal. You're it. You're it. You're the army of patriots, of Americans from all walks of life and all faiths who want to preserve this nation against an enemy within, and the enemy is within now. You know, Pure Talk's favorite holiday is President's Day, which is coming up quickly, because they believe wireless service should only cost you a couple of presidents, just a Jackson and a Lincoln to be exact. So for just $25 a month, Pure Talk gives you unlimited talk, text, plenty of data. I want you to compare that to big wireless, the big three, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. You don't give a damn what you think. In my view, they're ripping you off. And they'd rather celebrate Benjamin Franklin Day, great man, so they can charge your family treated with respect. Pure Talk is an American wireless company that supports our veterans and invests in a U.S.-only customer service
between the mandates. Are they fully in balance? Hard to say. And, we think our policy's in a good place. On Wall Street, the Dow up by 12 points. The NASDAQ rose 40.
How long's it been off?
Oil is up 97 cents to 63.36 a barrel. More at townhall.com. Is your dog a picky eater, scratching all the time, eating grass or licking their paws until they're raw? If so, your dog's trying to tell you something. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, founder of Rough Greens here, and you may not know what your dog means, but I do. They're trying to tell you that his digestive tract is in distress. He needs live probiotics and enzymes, and guess what? You can't get that from kibble. It's not in there. The good news is you don't have to change his food to improve his health.
Really?
Just add a scoop of Rough Greens. It's America's #1 nutritional dog.
Must have gone off right when I left because it wasn't gone hardly that long.
Antioxidants, enzymes, and probiotics. Just sprinkle it on your dog's food and watch them come back to life. More energy, shinier coat, better digestion, all in 90 days or less. Want a happier, healthier dog? I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use discount code PICKY. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code PICKY. Rough Greens. So good.
Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna stop using that auto idle turnoff then. There's no point in it. I think that may turn off the Wi-Fi.
His family prayed and kissed the coffin, which was draped in an Israeli flag.
Besides that, the stream should jump to data whenever it does do that, though. It doesn't.
Abducted on October 7, 2023.
I gotta pick up a pizza too.
On Tuesday, they finally could remove those ribbons and turn off a clock in Tel Aviv's hostages square, marking the end of a painful chapter. Committee's return fulfilled nationwide hopes to return all the hostages, living or dead. It turns attention towards what comes next in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel will reopen the Rafah border crossing with Egypt in both directions, but he did not say when. I'm Lawrence Brooks. News and analysis at townhall.com from Washington. I'm Keith Peters.
Pick up some little skeezer here.
In order to preserve the Constitution, we have
Have
to
it
think
pause
about
again.
it. It's our heritage. It was left to us by the founders, and preserving it involves voting, telling the truth, and looking to our neighbors and seeing how we can improve state life and life across the country. I love being able to count myself as one of those individuals who is working to preserve
Oh,
the heritage
dude.
here in this country.
Almost fucking T-boned me. I had my signal on clearly.
Conservative principles live here.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax
Let me turn this around. Wow.
call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892.
I'll be right back.
Truck drivers, are you interested in starting your own trucking company? Do business with Schneider and get resources that can help you make a smooth transition from a company driver to an owner-operator. Leverage Schneider Freight Power to choose the loads you want to haul and the schedule you run. You'll also get access to business advisors who can provide guidance to help you succeed. Plus, take advantage of leasing and buying options if you need a truck. Discover more ways Schneider can help you start or grow your business at SchneiderOwnerOperators.com. That's SchneiderOwnerOperators.com.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number, 877-381-3811, 3811. I hope you're well. That's very strange, Mr. Producer. All the links to my articles fell out. Can you send that again? All during the night, and by night I mean when this program's over. Usually starting around 10 p.m., 2 p.m., sometimes 4 or 5 p.m., 8, 9 p.m., all through the rest of the day. They send links to Mr. Producer.
All right. Whew. No worries. I know you skinned yourself. All right, let's figure out where we're going here.
Anyway,
fuck. Another mobile home park. I don't dislike them. It's just a pain in the butt to deal with.
See if they trigger some kind of thought process. Or want to go to a different area or deeper into a different field. What I want to talk about. And so, some of you have been interested in how I do it. That's how I do it. And I spend a tremendous amount of time preparing for this program, just as I spend a tremendous amount of time preparing my monologues for fun. Nobody else writes my stuff. I can't read other people's stuff. I don't want to put words in my mouth. There's plenty to talk about and think about, or you shouldn't be in this business. So,
creepy skinny fuck.
They dropped out. In other words, my list dropped out. Now, the president has, according to the New York Times here, and I want to bring you up to speed on this as well. Let's see. New York Times.
Back up north.
No, we have this. He's threatened Iran with another massive armada that's on the way. He's pressed a set of demands. And among those demands is to give up your nuclear pursuits, to limit the number of ballistic missiles they have, and one other one. But it doesn't involve the people of Iran, so I thought it wasn't comprehensive enough as far as I'm concerned, because that's the big issue right now. And this regime needs to be toppled. Khomeini needs to be destroyed.
Yeah, I thought we were days away from that happening, and then they just started killing all the protesters, and then now it's silent.
With the Hitler figure. And when I use Hitler, I mean it in the true historical sense. Not that all these politicians are Hitler. I'm talking about Khomeini, who's been slaughtering people left and right.
I really need to check that out.
He wants to conquer the world. That's why he wants nuclear weapons. It's also why he's an Islamist. And that's why Islamists like Khomeini, like the Third Reich, like Nazism, and like Hitler. Have you noticed the overlay? Well, there's a reason for it. It's why the Mufti, who led the so-called Palestinians, now they weren't called Palestinians then, not until 1965, but nonetheless, those individuals sought to meet Hitler, got to meet Hitler, worked with Himmler, among others, and offered to kill as many Jews as possible in the Middle East, and offered up 5,000 men to fight alongside the Nazis. Now, of course, Hitler believed in the Aryan race, and he didn't think very much of the Arabs at all. So they never did much with them, because he hated them too. But that said, he embraced the Mufti's ideas, of course, and his viewpoints. And so my view is, you're not going to get a peace in our time with Iran. You're not going to be able to appease Iran any more than Neville Chamberlain was able to get peace in his time, which is what he said he had, appeasing Hitler. Some people and regimes are so evil and clearly have no intention helping humanity, that is peace, that they have to be destroyed or they're going to destroy us. Let me put it to you this way. The ultimate confrontation between the regime in Iran and our country is going to come. Not because of us, because of him and his sons. It's going to come. So shouldn't it come on our terms rather than us playing defense? Taking out the nuclear sites, that was very, very important. But we haven't taken out him and that regime. And we have 90 million people or some who agree with us, who live under his police state's iron fist. This isn't neoconservatism. This isn't warmongering. This isn't any of that stuff. This is peace mongering. And I don't think diplomacy mongering and negotiating mongering is the answer to any of this. Now, one of the things in the latest report from the New York Times is that Islamo-Nazi supreme stupid man, Khomeini, has rejected the demands of the United States. And so I think this is the pattern we've seen before with President Trump, that he will view this as leaving no other option but to address this. How we address it, I don't know. I hope we address it in a way that's intended to obliterate Khomeini and everybody around him. Otherwise, it doesn't go away. It doesn't stop.
21.
They'll be back with a 10,000
Okay, there are numbers in here. Okay.
intercontinental ballistic missile, with a nuclear weapon, 10 nuclear weapons, maybe 100 nuclear weapons, which we now think North Korea has. And I said to you last night, and I'll say to you again,
That side's going up.
does anybody believe a man who would kill if he had to 1 million of his own people wouldn't kill 1 million Americans with a nuclear missile? In fact, for him, his Islamist ideology requires him to destroy everyone and everything that is an obstacle to their barbarian 7th century mentality. That is
Banjo hip hop. Not for me.
Way Allah can fulfill is the elimination of everyone else.
It's not coming from here.
Either their enslavement or their elimination. That's the ideology. I didn't make it up. That's what they say. I didn't make it up. And so they even slaughter Muslims who don't agree with them, or they slaughter their own citizens, like you see happening in Iran. And you also see happening now in Afghanistan. The Taliban made up about 14% of the population.
Right.
The Islamist regime in Iran is a small
You're right back. Door was porch light on.
The population in Iran.
No porch light here.
Are Western people. They're educated people. They're advanced people.
Either door has a porch light on.
They haven't been brought up to hate America and hate Jews. They're not brought up like Palestinians have been brought up, so-called. So we shall see what happens. But we've gone from, keep protesting, we're going to come help you, to we're negotiating on these 3 points. Now we've gone to, they've rejected these 3 points, and I feel we're getting to the point where the president will be comfortable using the military against this regime. That's where I feel we are. That's where I feel we are. The negotiations with them isn't going to get anywhere, even if we have a quote-unquote peace in our time. Individuals who are terrorists, who will slaughter tens of thousands of their own people, why does anybody think that they would sign a piece of paper and honor it? particularly when the belief system among the Islamists says you can do anything and say anything to the Westerners, even if it's not true. You will not be violating Islam if your purpose is to destroy them.
All right.
I'll be right back.
All right. Let's continue on. Next up is 4 minutes away. All right.
Or enrolled into an ACA marketplace plan. It's not too late. You can get into a private health insurance plan now with Health Revolution. If you're reasonably healthy and don't need maternity coverage, you can save 30 to 60% on your monthly premiums with zero copays, lower deductibles, and use any doctor. Call Health Revolution today at 800-868-6187.
No, I handed it to him.
800-868-6187.
I handed it to him. Took the picture of it in his hands instead of at the door.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news, there's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQR plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and
all right. One more drop. We're going to go on a pause again. We're way up north again. Keep ending up here, shopping down there, but then bringing it all the way up here again. Cord Road. Hand it, 1800 North McCord.
Now you can get 20% off all IQR products plus free shipping when you text Patriot to 64,000. Text Patriot to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's Patriot to 64,000.
Oh yeah, it does. A lot of mileage today though. But burned a quarter tank of gas, which ain't shit for this. For $5.
The internet is wonderful, but you must protect
well, it's like $7.
with NordVPN.
$7.50.
Named it the #1 VPN in 2025. A single NordVPN account secures up to 10 devices. What else? This cybersecurity tool also encrypts your browsing. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you block malware, avoid phishing, and stop digital trackers. NordVPN scans the dark web to check that the information associated with your email address is not exposed. Just a few clicks and you're safer online. Browse with more peace of mind. Get the best deal at NordVPN.com. Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours. Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines. Wow. You know, my business needs working capital,
C2.
but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work? Fast and easy. Just apply at LendSeek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply. At LendSeek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com. If the power goes out in the middle of winter, do you have a way to stay warm? If not, you need the best of off-grid space here from My Patriot Supply. It's compact, safe to use indoors. Best of all, it doesn't need electricity. Right now, you can get a free Vesa and other bonus gifts when you order the Winter Survival Kit from My Patriot Supply. Just go to mypatriotsupply.com to see everything included. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
Economic opportunity.
Moral order. Conservative principles live here.
We are
Sirius XM Patriot, channel 125.
All right. Yeah, a lot of stowed-in cars here. See what the wifey just sent me a message, so I gotta check that.
president is campaigning to try and save the Republicans in the midterm elections because he knows the disaster for the nation if the Democrats take one or both houses of Congress. His agenda will be blocked. We'll pursue him.
Oh, that is gross. I wonder who organized that.
Military, it's going to be hell, even if they take one house. So as we get through the summer, not through it completely, but probably midsummer, we're going to be focused on this as well, because we just cannot voluntarily surrender this country to a political party that hates America. We just cannot. Here the president is in Iowa yesterday. Cut one, go.
And by the way, there's another beautiful armada floating beautifully toward Iran right now. So we'll see. I hope they make a deal. I hope they make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time they'd have a country.
Yeah. Well, the issue here is not just the deal. The issue here is the people in Iran. They don't want that regime. They want to live in freedom. And they're being massacred.
No, it was just what she sent me. It's just something going on with one of the work sites. There's a speaker there who's a big old hypocrite. I was just asking who organized it.
The three things that the president apparently wants.
Oh, I missed it. Offer?
One is right here. Give me a second. U.S. and European officials, according to the New York Times, say that in talks, they put three demands in front of the Iranians. I didn't even know we were talking. I thought we had stopped that. A permanent end to all enrichment of uranium, limits on the range and number of their ballistic missiles, and an end to all support for proxy groups in the Middle East, including Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis operating in Yemen. Well, the genius of this could be he's made a demand or demands that they are never going to agree to. We got to follow up and whack this guy. And it says here, notably absent from those demands and from Mr. Trump's post on Truth Social on Wednesday morning.
It says I missed a fucking...
Was any reference to protecting
bullshit.
The protesters. He took to the streets, convulsing the country, creating the latest crisis for its government. Mr. Trump promised in past social media posts to come to their aid, but they've been barely mentioned in recent weeks.
Says I didn't accept an offer, which is bullshit.
They're going to always be mentioned.
But that's okay.
Always. The truth is, the only way to protect these people, and the only way to free these people is to take out Khomeini. That's the truth. And I assume the only reason we've been sending our flotillas to that part of the world and everything that comes with them, and are confronting them, is because people rose up. Because the people have been slaughtered. That's why we've done this, I believe. So there needs to be a connection between what we're doing. These other things are obviously important, but the people of Iran, that's the issue. That's the issue. That's what's brought us to this point. Just as the Israeli military weakened Iran so we could drop those bombs on their nuclear sites, they had no radar left, they had no ground-to-air missiles, they had nothing left. The Iranian people have further weakened the regime. This regime will never be weaker than it is right this minute. Its air defense is still destroyed. Its economy completely in the toilet.
Yeah.
Taking out many of their generals and so
forth. The craziest people I ever met are people that work in mental health.
But they have never been weaker. And the people there, they continue to rise up. But this is the greatest uprising of the Iranian people against this regime since the regime took control at the point of a gun in 1979. So if not now, when? When? The Chinese are pouring as much into them as they can, and they're going to continue to do it. So they're going to have ground-to-air missile systems. They're going to have more long-range ballistic missiles. They're going to keep building towards nuclear warheads unless they're stopped again and again and again and again. And when President Trump's no longer president,
there's a lot of good people in mental health too, mind you. But some of the craziest people I've ever met work in mental health. All right, we're going to take it slow and easy on our way back.
And so the position of the Democrats will be, let them get nukes. I mean, what the hell? That was the Obama deal. They would have nuclear weapons. Listen to me. They would have nuclear missiles today if Trump hadn't ripped up the Obama deal. They would have nuclear warheads and missiles today if Trump hadn't hit those nuclear sites. But Trump won't always be president. And every president before him refused to hit those nuclear sites. And I suspect every or almost every president after him will still refuse to do it. Then what are we going to do? What are we going to do? If they have 10,000 ballistic missiles that can go 10,000 miles. If they have 5, 10, 20 nuclear missiles, what are we going to do then? When people rise up, they slaughter them. It's now or never. Be right back.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200
That's awesome.
miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all.
That's rare. Unfortunately, that's rare too.
Announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs.
That's the same sheets I've passed 4 times.
Almost nothing for covered auto repairs.
Yes, that's where I got my coffee at about an hour ago. Coffee's at a perfect temperature now. I'm drinking it.
Call 800-619-6488 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low.
I think there's a hockey game on tonight. I might turn that on.
Protection today will also receive free.
So we don't have to listen to Mark.
Free towing and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-619-6488. That's 800-619-6488. What do you have to lose? Call 800-619-6488. Again, 800-619-6488.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together, like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/patriot. That's quo.com/patriot to try Quo free. QUO.com/PATRIOT.
Land buyers and aviation lovers, this is the final countdown. Go to pecanlandinfo.com or call 855-LAND-100. We're down to the final 30 taxiway lots in one of the most unique fly-in communities in the country, just outside DFW. Taxiway home sites start in the low 200,000s. Concrete roads, full utilities, and direct runway access so you can build your hangar home and taxi straight to takeoff. This isn't just an airport. It's a fully gated, resort-style community with golf courses, a marina, lake and river access, restaurants, groceries, medical services, equestrian facilities.
No hockey in there. All right.
Golf cart,
We'll go live again.
The final 3 to 7 acre ranch lots. And coming soon, private airplane hangars. Fly in or drive in. Just don't wait. Visit theconlandinfo.com or 855-LAND-100. That's 855-LAND-100.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp.
Yeah, we're live.
To talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start.
Hotheads
Let President
burritos.
Trump know you stand with Newsmax.
And Chick-fil-A.
It's for
Another
real
double
news,
pickup.
for real people. Make the switch today.
Here we go.
He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin.
Every time I go live these last few times, I've gotten 2 orders in a row. I don't think I've ever been to this hothead burrito before, though.
This is why I have life.
So we have some burritos to pick up, and then we got to swing back by the Chick-fil-A here. Get some stuff from there.
Because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood.
Hopefully the lobby's still open at Chick-fil-A by the time we get there.
10 minutes so your family.
You know it closes at 8.
Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Slater.
Oh, Mall Road. Okay, this wants me to go here. That's weird. It wants me to shoot across McCord Street rather than hanging left on it. Getting warm in here, actually.
The voice of reason in a sea of lunacy. Mark Levin. Dial in now. 877-381-3811.
Apparently, you have a much better understanding of Alex Creddy, Mr. Producer. I'm going to post online, and I will link to Laura Loomer Unleashed, the video that apparently the BBC has validated, an organization that has taken the video, and you can see him in a...
I don't know if it is or not.
With ICE. He's very violent, spitting on federal officials. He's kicking their vehicle as it drives away. And we're going to post this, Mr. Producer, without comment, right now on all my social media sites. If you want to take a look at this, I just saw this. And as one person put it, trust your eyes. The entire narrative that has been created here, the entire narrative is a false one.
The light's off on the sign.
The entire narrative. That's why it's very, very important.
All right, be right back.
Something doesn't seem right. If your gut tells you, based on your own knowledge and experience, these guys aren't just going to start shooting away and killing somebody, then they probably aren't just shooting away and killing somebody. But they knew who he was. He was quite violent, as you will see in this video, in a prior confrontation. Now, what you will also see is that all these aggregation sites will censor the video, will question it, will then give editorial comment on why it doesn't matter. Having built him up as an ICU nurse, and therefore just the quintessential wonderful citizen. Now, I'm not saying he should have been shot or shouldn't have been shot. We'll leave that to the investigators. What I'm saying is the entire narrative has been a lie. And we knew it. Because that's the way the media work. Now, some of you obviously feel overwhelmed with the debt you're carrying on your shoulders from credit cards, other expenses over the years, and they're piling up. You don't like going to the mailbox, and you know there's bills in the mailbox. You're not alone, you know. If you're a homeowner, I want to throw you a lifeline. You might have considered reaching out to American Financing, but you hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate that you secured a few years ago. That's why American Financing created a smart equity loan. It's a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. You really need to look into this. It's called the Smart Equity Loan. It's brilliant. It offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There's no upfront fees to find out if you qualify. Just call American Financing today. The number is 888-900-1828, 888-900-1828, 888-900-1828, or visit AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 122334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR rates are in the 5s, start at 6.196% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 888-900-1828 for details about credit costs and terms.
See that video, Mr. Producer? A couple weeks ago. It was very aggressive, wasn't he? Very aggressive. Say again? Yeah, extremely. So I encourage you people, you just go to any of my social sites, and you will see it. And what it teaches you also, what it teaches me, informs us yet again and underscores, is the media are filled with ideological activists, liars. These aggregation sites are even worse.
All right, now back to Chick-fil-A.
They've been pounding the propaganda day after day after day. Now we're supposed to impeach Christy Nolan, who, by the way, wasn't even there, but we should impeach her. We should have an impeachment trial. We should spend the next 6 months going after Christy Nolan in order to serve the purposes of the Democrat and the Marxists and the other groups that are behind this entire revolution. Not here, not now, not behind this microphone. No way. No way. Yeah. I know how these things work, and so do you.
I think I watched the guy do this order wrong, too. We'll see.
Marco Rubio, quite a hearing today over Foreign Relations Committee, but you know what? He's a guy who can certainly handle himself. He did an outstanding job.
Pretty sure he put beans on it and it says no beans.
Not just Venezuela, but Cuba.
But
the questioner is Senator Schatz, who's another left-wing kook.
Thank you.
From Hawaii.
Danka.
Hawaii. Cut 3, go.
Is your comments that Havana should be concerned about the Maduro operation is fueling speculation that this administration will turn its sights to Cuba next?
Oh, come on, with the light.
To rule out U.S. regime change in Cuba?
Regime change?
Yes.
Oh, no, I think we would love to see the regime there change. We would like to. That doesn't mean that we're going to make a change, but we would love to see a change. There's no doubt about the fact that it would be a great benefit to the United States if Cuba was no longer governed by an autocratic regime.
But you know what we mean by regime change. We don't mean I wish someone else were in charge.
The more you eat, the more you toot. The more you toot, the better you feel. So eat beans for every meal. My dad used to say that all the time.
Coercion and I'm not even saying that that's always not in our interest. I'm just saying I'm not asking you whether we would prefer a different kind of government. I'm asking whether you are trying to precipitate the fall of the current regime.
Yeah, but that's statutory. The Helms-Burton Act, the U.S. embargo on Cuba is codified. It was codified in law, and it requires regime change in order for us to lift the embargo.
Why is it that the Democrats always come to the defense of the communists? Why is that? I mean, Obama even opens an embassy there, kisses their ass. He goes over there. What is with
All right, bear back.
Remember when Reagan was dealing with Nicaragua? Here they are, defending Nicaragua. It's incredible. Let's go to cut 5, regarding the Alien Enemies Act. Tammy Duckworth is really a buffoon. She's a military war veteran. She lost both of her legs. And for that, we're extremely appreciative. But as a politician and a senator, she is horrendous. Let's go. Cut 5, please. Go.
Mr. Secretary, last March, the president invoked the Alien Enemies Act, a notorious wartime law last used for Japanese internment.
Okay, wait. I don't get this. Who passes laws? Raise your hand. Congress. Who can remove laws?
All right. Let's get these going.
Now, it's not a
Yeah, these aren't close either. Fuck.
Notorious way by one Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who's the great hero of the Democrats. They think he's the greatest president ever because he was a socialist. Okay. But if it's a notorious act, blame him for how he used the act. But the act itself is not notorious. Go ahead.
Into the Maduro regime's supposed invasion or other acts of war against the United States. But in recent weeks, you, the Department of Justice, and our friends across the aisle have repeatedly said that we are not at war with Venezuela. Secretary Rubio, if that is true and we are not at war with Venezuela, will you advise the president to rescind his invocation of the Wartime Alien Enemies Act?
Well, that was a mechanism to remove people from our country that prevents grave danger. So, for example, we know for a fact that Trinidad was a very dangerous gang. In fact, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I may have been the first member of Congress.
This is a wartime act, Mr. Secretary. Well, are we currently at war with Venezuela?
No, we're not in a state of war in Venezuela.
Okay, the Supreme Court has described the Alien Enemies Act as a wartime power, our Supreme Court. And before now, the Alien Enemies Act was only invoked during the War of 1812, World War I, World War II, when it was used to intern thousands of innocent civilians. Are you really arguing that the president should be able to wield an internment law?
No, but we're talking about two separate things here. So you're talking about the state of Venezuela, or are describing the regime. And we're talking about
the president invoked the Alien Enemies Act.
I know, Senator, but let me be clear with you. No, but the president was talking about are these gangs that have, and these narco trafficking groups that are waging war on the United States. There's no doubt. These groups have waged war on the United States. They have waged, for example, Trinidad was not just a criminal gang presence in our street. It is a criminal gang directly responsible for narco trafficking.
The Trump administration has acknowledged that the vast majority of the men it rounded up and deported to torture under this law have no criminal records whatsoever.
We didn't torture
independent, over 75%.
Who did we torture? We haven't tortured anybody. We've arrested people that are members of gangs and we've deported them.
Independent investigations have found that many of the men were here legally. If the administration is willing to lie about who it's targeting under this law, what protections do totally innocent people have against abuse? Again, I want to ask you, will you advise the president to rescind his invocation of the wartime alien? And
no, of course not. I mean, these are people that are threats to the national security of the United States. But I've described this in hearings in the past, including...
So you're saying that we're at war?
We are absolutely... When it comes to narco trafficking groups and criminal gangs that are targeting the United States for criminal...
We're in a state of war.
There's no doubt about the fact that we're confronting them in a war like that.
And do the Geneva Convention.
Oh, yeah.
The Geneva. Oh, my Lord.
No, I think that's Hirono, wasn't it?
She throws around these
or was it Duckworth?
Like she knows what she's talking about because some staffer wrote it for her. It's the Geneva Convention. These are narco terrorists. That's what they are. That's what they do.
They're both useless. Yeah, you're right. I think it was Duckworth.
Alien Enemies Act, which is a wartime act, but I would argue it doesn't mean there has to be a state of war declared by Congress.
The one who disobeyed orders and ended up getting shot down in her helicopter.
There have been wars that haven't been declared because the declaration of war is not the same as making war.
No man could tell her what to do.
North Korea and so forth. So according to her, it would be wrong to use the Alien Enemies Act during the Vietnam War, when the Korean War, during virtually every other war we've been in, except for a handful. Now that is absurd. You're not removing American citizens under the Alien Enemies Act. There's a level of proof you have to demonstrate. We're talking about Venezuela trained militia, narco, gang member terrorists that were helping fund the Maduro regime and working with foreign governments.
Yeah, I think you used an I when you should have used an A, but I agree.
As our enemy secretes itself into our society, as foreign governments secrete themselves into our society through surrogates and so forth, what would the senator have us do? What would she have us do? She views the enemy as the Secretary of State and the President of the United States. They're trying to protect us. Unlike Biden, unlike Obama, they're trying to protect us from what's taking place, from what's been unleashed on our country with open borders. And I'm glad she likes the Supreme Court. I hope she'll stop attacking Clarence Thomas. I hope she'll stop attacking Sam Alito. Did she ever stop attacking Kavanaugh?
I don't know why the fucking
Poison? No. As our Supreme Court said, you know, they love our Supreme Court except when they hate it. I'll be right back.
Mark Lopin.
Sirius XM's Pro Wrestling Nation 24/7, Channel 156, delivers week-long coverage of WWE's Royal Rumble. Hear from former Rumble participants Tommy Dreamer, Nick Nemeth, Bully Ray, and Mark Henry. It took 3 men to eliminate Mark Henry. Saturday at noon Eastern, get ready to rumble with a special edition of Off the Ropes. Then after the bell, Dave LaGreca hosts Busted Open After Dark, live at 6. Listen on Pro Wrestling Nation 24/7, Channel 156.
Oh, Chicago will elect her too.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value for your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Truck drivers, no matter where you want to take your career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection
I don't
of
know what the
driving
fuck's
jobs
going on with my
means you can
fucking
get the
mapping.
home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Looking for more reliability on the road? Check out our new dedicated and regional van truckload opportunities. Don't miss out. Find your perfect driving job today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com. Investors and stock traders, listen up. Remember me? Dutch Masters from Carnivore Trading here. You've seen me on Fox Business as an expert trader for several years. Hey, to achieve 20, 30, or 50% annual returns in your growth portfolio, you have got to know the right sectors and stocks to be in. Carnivore's short-term trading account has turned in triple-digit returns year after year. That's right, over 100% a year consistently. Our members simply trade our instant trade alerts in real time right alongside us. And now, with Carnivore Trading's new Direct Access program, we are live streaming direct from the Carnivore Trading desk to your phone or desktop. This is how trading services should be. Stop listening to people that don't make you money. Start trading with winners. Go to carnivoretrading.com. That's carnivoretrading.com. And start trading with the Lions of Wall Street.
Carnivore Trading is not a registered investment advisor, gives no investment advice, makes no guarantees, and does not manage your money. Historical performance is no guarantee of future results. The stock market involves risks, so invest wisely.
Do I choose the Sleep Number?
I hope they nominate fucking
Can I make my site firmer?
Newsom though.
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting.
Either one of them, man.
Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you
I don't
save.
know what is going on with my map.
Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at the Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell.
I'm at fucking Reynolds and it has me fucking half a mile back.
She bought a $40,000 timeshare in Nashville.
AOC doesn't have a chance.
And then he would personally book all her vacations, all lives.
She's got the people in her district fooled, but she doesn't have the rest of the country fooled.
To cancel, and she was told it was too late. You had your chance yesterday. Another lie. She has 10 days in Tennessee. I am in a war with the timeshare industry because people keep buying their lives and they don't want me to help you. If you need a timeshare, I'm sure one of the 3,500 people that call my office weekly would love to give you one of theirs. Or go online and pay $1 for it. But stop paying $40,000 for lies. It's time to stop the insanity. Don't wait another day.
Call Wesley now for your free time.
I'm taking this. I'm delivering to the fucking.
800-316-5454. 800-316-5454.
Secure borders, free market, free market.
Store again.
We are Series 6 and Channel 125.
Yeah, but the timing on the turns and stuff, the distance is showing accurate. New delivery. Oh, Dash Mart. Yeah, it's to the Dash Mart. I'm pretty sure. Add the route.
As of today, the price for an ounce of silver is $113.
So it's right by the Dash Mart up here.
Went up 3 or 4 times.
No, it's not. Okay, it's on the other side of the street. But I just picked up an order at the Dash Mart. So now I'll have 3 things. Well, I'm going to do this delivery first and then pick up there. Poor guy that's got his burrito that's made incorrectly is going to have to wait, I guess.
What it is today, Mr. Producer? 5,200. Well, some of you might be saying, that's not affordable. Let me talk to you. If you have an IRA or similar type of pension, and you're in paper,
1014 Burn Road.
the value of the dollar is going down. Let's take a look. You can do these statistics yourself. Value of the dollar. Value of the dollar is the value of the dollar declining. Over the past month, the United States dollar has weakened by 0.50% and is down by 9.29% over the last 12 months. That's a lot. It's not because of the president or the Republicans. It's a world market. And throughout the world, central banks and, yes, wealthy people and corporations are acquiring precious metals. They're concerned about the value of currencies all over the world, including ours. And so the value of our dollar has declined 9.29% over the last 12 months. That
Is this the right
if you're on a
address?
pension, if you have a savings or something of that sort,
Oh, no. I think it's a little farther.
and you don't touch it, the value of the dollar is declining. So if you're getting interest, 5%, 7%, whatever it is,
This
the
is
value of the dollar is
a
declining.
real struggle with this mapping not working right.
You are net losing value. This is why I talk about diversification all the time. Now maybe you say, Mark, I can't afford $5,200
There we go.
today.
It just came on.
For an ounce of gold. First of all, you don't have to buy a whole ounce of gold. But secondly, there are other metals like silver. $115 an ounce. Maybe it'll go down tomorrow, maybe it'll go up tomorrow.
400 feet. Okay, it's finally working.
That's the point of diversification. That is why I diversify. And honestly, folks, I'm doing very well. I'm not even talking about my income. I'm doing very well with diversification. I'm just one example.
It's going to be on the other side.
Just one. Now, you can call the folks at Monetary Gold. Their number is 877-NOW-GOLD, 877-NOW-GOLD. And explain your situation. Explain what kind of pension you're invested in.
I cannot even fucking read these buildings.
Diversification. Have them explain how they sell gold, how they sell silver. They actually sell platinum and palladium too.
I think this is it.
And it's worth learning about it. It's worth learning about it because it's your future. It's your future.
All right, let me grab this.
And they will advise you with a lot of experience, so maybe you want to tailor your portfolio somewhat, diversify it, diversify it more. If you do, if you would sell gold to buy silver, there's a lot of ways to go here. But if you don't call them, you're not going to know any of this stuff. So the value of the dollar has declined in the last 12 months by 9.29%. So if you have a dollar, you're losing value. If you've had gold, it's going through the roof. Call Monetary Gold right now. 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. 877-NOW-GOLD. At least learn about it. Performance may vary. Always consult your financial tax professional, but check it out. Check it out. I'm just reading to you what it says. The value of the dollar is down 9.29% over the last 12 months.
If you're looking for the right franchise concept at the right time, say hello to Sparkle, not your average dog groomer. As one of the hottest franchise concepts today, Sparkle offers dog lovers quality routine and affordable care 7 days a week and entrepreneurs the opportunity of a lifetime. Sparkle offers a strong, scalable business model that drives monthly recurring revenue and provides investors with the opportunity to take a bite out of a rapidly growing pet care industry. With over 500
Yeah. So before I drop off my burrito, I gotta go to Dashmart.
Prime regional developer opportunities and franchise locations are going fast. Invest in a Sparkle grooming franchise today and get full service support from expert franchisors who know how to make business a whole lot of tail-wagging fun. Have questions or want to learn more? Visit sparklepranchising.com today or give us a call at 888-600-4491. That's 888-600-4491 or visit sparklepranchising.com. Sparkle, not your average franchise. If you missed open enrollment or enrolled into an ACA Marketplace plan, it's not too late. You can get into a private health insurance plan now with Health Revolution and save 30 to 60% on your monthly premiums. No copays, reasonable deductibles, and use any doctor. Call Health Revolution today at 800-868-6187, 800-868-6187, or go to healthrevolution.net. That's Health Revolution.
What's your thoughts on that Star Trek Academy? I don't know, man. It seems pretty woke to me. Seems like there's a lot of a lot of LGBT diversity in that.
If you apply by February 11th, learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell. I'm Stacey Washington.
All right, Stacey.
Most you've been looking for. We cap off your day on Stacey on the Right with amazing guests, the news stories you missed, and rapid fire analysis.
I actually love Stacey.
Listen live weekdays at 9 p.m. East.
Oh, another hour before Stacey. Damn it. Another hour mark.
Keith Peters in Washington. All eyes are on the status of budget negotiations and the possible government shutdown in Washington. Following the deaths of 2 people at the hands of federal agents in Minneapolis, Democrats want major changes to ICE.
We want to end roving patrols.
No.
Tighten the rules governing the use of warrants.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer wants
Tighten the rules of the use of warrants.
Should be held to the same use of force policies that apply to state and local law enforcement. Be held accountable.
a third demand.
We want masks off, body cameras on.
Republicans will need Democratic votes to keep the government open when funding runs out at midnight Friday. Ed Donahue, Washington. For much of the nation, temperatures remain very frigid. National Weather Service meteorologist Mark Miller says the
All right, I'll be right back.
Very cool temperatures that we're looking at. Lows that are certainly going to be into the teens, single digits, and as from the north you go, like into the upper Midwest, to the northern plains, you're looking at temperatures well below zero. Even as far south as well. And wind chills can make it feel even colder.
Tens of thousands of homes and businesses remain without power as cold daytime temperatures. Corresponding Seth Sutel report.
Fuck. I think there's like interference here or something. It keeps doing that too. Yeah, fixing it.
The world's biggest electric vehicle maker to a Chinese rival, and boycotts hammered their sales. News and analysis at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Steve Peters.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust. Call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892. 800-611-8892. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition. We, the people of the United States, in American history, January 27, 1973, the Vietnam Act officially ends, a turning point in civil military relations and the move to an all-volunteer force. And on February 1st, 1865, President Abraham Lincoln signs the 13th Amendment, ending slavery through constitutional means and preserving the Union. Coming down to America 250, only on Sirius XM Patriot 125.
She was grabbing something on the way home, she said.
Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript.
This is not close at all.
Once again made contact with our leader.
number is 877-381-3811. We'll take calls at the bottom of the hour. 877-381-3811. Uh-oh. What is bloated Bannon?
This is cash tip on this one. We'll see.
Me, Megyn Kelly. Who else is out there? I can't remember. Doesn't matter. What are they going to say? What do you mean? This is political. This came out, I guess this afternoon. Hold on. Yeah. President Donald Trump's MAGA base, known for its aversion to U.S. involvement in foreign wars, has embraced the administration's aggressive use of military force abroad, which strongly support more. Now, it doesn't mean we're neocons and interventionists. It means we're realists. But this completely destroys the lunatic fringe isolationist neo-fascists. And people on TV who claim to represent it. We're tired of forever wars. First of all, we're not talking about forever wars. Second,
yeah, we do when we're able to.
We're talking about protecting ourselves. It's called national security. But nobody wants war. It's like the nut job in Tehran. We don't want it. Goes on. A new political poll reveals 65% Trump voters support the U.S. taking military action against at least one of several potential target countries, including Iran, Greenland, Cuba, Colombia, China, and Mexico. And one stands out, Iran.
A little bit.
Iran. Hold on 1 second here. Pass this along to a friend. I'm doing it right now. One stands out, Iran. About 50% of Trump voters.
My screen is dirty. That's why the lights are looking all weird like that.
Any foreign target.
I hate that.
That number rose to 61% of respondents who described themselves as MAGA Republican Trump supporters. The poll data offers a clear view of a political movement that's adapting its America First views to account for Trump's expansive use of American military might, from orchestrating the capture of Venezuela's
once or twice at the most.
Trump's latest threats
unless I'm smoking
Iran
the ganja.
Underscore the shift in the GOP. The president said Wednesday on Truth Social that, quote, a massive armada, unquote, was heading toward Iran to, quote, rapidly fulfill its mission with speed and violence, unquote, if Tehran doesn't agree to nuclear negotiations. New attack would be, quote, far worse, the president said, than the summer strikes on nuclear facilities, he warned. While Trump campaigned against endless wars, see how they... Trump is not talking about endless wars. He's not talking about forever wars. He's talking about doing what we have to do in our hemisphere, and doing what we have to do with Iran. Iran has been a cancer, well, not just on America, but on the world, since forever.
For 50 years.
Interventionism hasn't rankled his supporters. In fact, he's drawing solid support from the MAGA base. Quote, if you believe the Trump theory that our goal is to do everything we can to protect Americans, that includes taking out bad people in certain places, then that's America first, said Amy Walter, editor-in-chief of the nonpartisan Cook Political Report. But she noted Trump loyalists appear to be making a distinction between military action against other countries and long-term nation-building efforts similar to the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. That is the distinction I have been making. And indeed, I don't understand why we're doing a democracy project in Gaza and Hamas is still armed. So we're MAGA here behind this microphone. We're Tea Party here behind this microphone. We're Trump Revolution. We're Reagan Revolution. We're constitutional conservatives behind this microphone. Quote, he said tomorrow, we're going to send troops into the Middle East. We're going to put boots on the ground in Venezuela, and that is one thing that would break the coalition apart, he said. Democrats are more pessimistic about the overseas plans. Only 18% of voters who supported Kamala Harris in the last presidential election supported U.S. military action against Iran, according to the poll conducted by Public First. Now, that's right. The Democrats funded Iran. Their hero, Joe Biden, funded Iran. Tens of billions of dollars.
I can't see these addresses.
To enforce sanctions on the oil. Plus, what did Obama give them? $2, $3, $4 billion in cash? But not all Trump potential targets are appealing to Republicans.
Requested you leave the order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at my door. Cash tip.
It's a white building.
Percent of Trump supporters would have supported that. Well, they don't have to worry about it.
Brown door.
Nearly a third of Republicans support military action, even closer to what Trump has sought to project dominance in the Western Hemisphere. 32% of Trump voters supported military intervention in Mexico, 30% in Colombia, 28% with Cuba, 61% with Iran. I stand with you folks. I stand with you folks. Much smaller percentage of Harris, but who cares? She's not president. God forbid if she ever is. Now, the poll suggests beyond his loyal base, Americans remain divided over Trump's focus on foreign affairs during his first year back in office. Some worry his emphasis on Western Hemisphere intervention comes at the expense of pressing domestic issues.
All right. One more delivery, and then we're taking another break. Oh, fuck.
You know, somebody shoots a nuclear
you kidding me?
Country. I think that becomes a
6.1 miles away. Good Lord.
Yes, indeed.
12 minutes.
Let's see. Take an early break. We'll be right back.
Much love in. Attention investors, profits from your investment portfolio need protection. We all know stocks and equities don't just go up. At some point, market correction takes place. You want to protect and profit, right? How? Check out the RV resort and vacation rental market. The best real estate play in the market today. It's booming. It does well in good economic times, even better in any downturn. Add something that can protect and generate profits to you. Go to resortpropertiesgroup.com to learn more. That's resortpropertiesgroup.com. Talk to the experts about how to use your IRAs, self-directed IRAs, and 401k plans. Go to resortpropertiesgroup.com or call now 888-307-1685. That's 888-307-1685. Early callers qualify for a free week stay at one of our affiliated resorts. Don't wait. Go to resortpropertiesgroup.com, resortpropertiesgroup.com, or call 888-307-1685.
Utah Lake. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Life insurance is an asset you can sell.
You talking to someone else in chat? Oh, okay.
CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies for seniors just like you. And at abacuspace.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value for your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspace.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Perillo with JoePerillo.com. I'd like to tell you about Perillo Collision. The Perillo Collision staff are trained and insured to repair Bentleys, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghinis, or any other high-end luxury vehicles. We service accidents from all over the country. Maintain your luxury vehicle's warranty with our professional team. Visit JoePerillo.com. That's JoePerillo.com. JoeyPerillO.com. That's JoeyPerillO, and click on Perillo Collision, or call us at 312-BMW-1111. My name is Preston James. I've been a stock and options trader for 23 years. I used to be an active swing trader, but that all changed once I discovered my Money Press weekly paycheck method. These days, I'm a passive trader hauling in more cash while being able to sleep at night than I ever dreamed possible. I'm passionate about the market, and I like to keep it simple. My methods are changing thousands of lives, and I'm confident it can change yours. But let the proof do the talking. By going to accountproof.com, that's accountproof.com, you'll see a 7-minute video revealing how my Money Press method grew a $54,000 account to $174,000 in less than 9 months. That works out to 5.8% per week. You'll see the proof right inside my real brokerage account. This isn't about overnight riches, but once you discover this for yourself, you can start on this same path overnight. You're 7 minutes away from changing everything you thought you knew about trading and investing. Go to accountproof.com to get started. That's accountproof.com.
Imagine you're on vacation with your sweetheart. You gaze into her eyes and you see a beautiful sunset. You're in love. What if you could feel that way every day, or at least be reminded of that in love sunset vacation feeling? You can with my brand new Sunset 24 karat gold dip rose. Picture it, a rose that perfectly captures the sunset hues, going from deep purple to vibrant pink to soft orange. It's nothing like you've ever seen before. In my opinion, this is one of the most special roses we've ever produced in the last 45 years. Hi, it's me, your pal, Steven Singer. Yeah, the I Hate Steven Singer guy. I'm here to make your Valentine's Day romantic, unforgettable, easy, and fantastic. Gift her the colors of the setting sun with my new Sunset 24 karat gold dip rose for just $89. Free shipping, personalized love note from you, guaranteed for life. Visit me at the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philly, the village of Newtown, Bucks County, or at IHateStevenSinger.com.
Human dignity. The rule of law. Conservative principles here. We are Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125. Video program.
The force put a lot of power in it. It make me feel like
We're going to switch it over to premium.
Really the heart goal of the Republican Party. I believe it's significantly Tea Party.
How long we've been going?
Trump supporters,
4 hours.
supporters, conservative supporters. 61%. The MAGA supports militarily.
She's not a big fan of Hallmark holidays.
So when you hear blowhards,
I know it's St. Valentine's, but
tell you, MAGA
she's also a heathen.
MAGA
So.
doesn't want that.
I usually do something.